Welcome back, everybody, to another Fall Asleep While I Play. In this one, we're going to play through Donkey Kong Country, the first one. Maybe the second one as well. We'll see what happens. But I've played through these so many times, and it's basically one of my comfort games. I have not decided if I'm going to keep the sound in or not, because the sound can be a little jarring. But we're not going to go for anything like 100% or anything like that, because I just don't know where everything is. But that's not the point of this anyway. But seriously, hopefully you're relaxing and can get some sleep while I play through this classic game that has basically been on every gaming channel I ever made. Different playthroughs. This isn't the same as the other playthroughs, basically. This is a fresh one that I'm recording live. Well, not live, like a live stream, but I'm playing the game and doing live commentary as I play through it. But I've played through this game so many times that I don't expect myself to get very upset at any point in this game. To the point where I could probably even speed run it if I really wanted to, but I'm not the type. I don't like going for high scores and fastest times. I'm just not built for that type of competition and stress. But this is going to be a pretty quick playthrough regardless, because I've played through it a million times actually. But I'm still going to add the rain sound regardless, because it'll make it nice and cozy. But that's one major problem, is the little celebration dances really jarring, especially in the middle of the night. So if I do leave the music in at all, I'm cutting out those, which means there'll be a lot more work. So I'm probably just going to leave the audio off. There's not anything really soothing about DKC audio, but beyond this level we're playing right here, Aquatic Ambiances, or Ambience, is a incredibly famous track for being relaxing, but not much else in the game. I do love this song though. If we do hear it, but you can put it on. Just type in Donkey Kong Country not aquatic ambience. You can honestly just put it in the search bar, Donkey Kong Country, and it'll come up. One of the probably the most searched thing about the game, honestly. All right, this level is one of the tougher ones in my opinion. It's actually in World 1, which is crazy. But it has one jump that I pulled off the other day, and I literally just, I legitimately yelled as if I got the world record in the game for being able to pull it off the way I did. Like, I was just, you've never heard me happier than that one moment. We'll see if we can do it again. Nope. Whoops, we have skipped ahead a world in the game. Okay, I screwed this up, but I think we can recover. We can always just use Funky's flights to go back. Alright, I'll fix it right here. We'll go back and we'll just act like I didn't load a save state from another world that I was playing through, because that's where I stopped my other little game where I was flying through it again. Now, this jump up here is very difficult, actually. I pulled it off because I was just really going for it. Almost got it. Almost got it. No stress, though. No stress. Gotta sleep. This is a very particular jump. I'm trying to figure out what am I doing wrong. You have to keep the roll going. That's the thing. I pulled it off the first time last time, which is crazy. There it is. I'm telling you, that's a very difficult jump, but that's probably one of the hardest jumps in the game for me. Jump is that's a ridiculous trick right there. Hey, see, no more Dancy. Well, at least not until World 3. So here we are at Naughty, which is our beaver. We'll just speed past that. The little happy animation. Now we're in the mines. I'm a little less confident on this one. I did fly through it last time, though. I didn't have the microphone in my face, though, where it's kind of blocking my view a little bit either. Minecart Rampage. This one's easy. It's just one jump. Or two jumps. What? Did I hit? I think I hit the wrong spot. All right, what am I doing wrong here? I'm messing this jump up for some reason. No, not that. Alright. There it is. I was missing the barrel. It's a lot closer to the edge than I remembered. Alright, Bouncing Bonanza. There's actually a bonus thing up there if you go and get this tire and take it all the way back. I'll show you really quick. If you're still watching this instead of sleeping. Go into a little bonus round with Rambi, which is the rhino. Doing this so I can get to the bonus bit that is really far away apparently. We got 4 lives out of that. We ain't gonna need them. Because I got save states for 1. But also I'm probably not gonna, I was about to say I'm not gonna die and then I almost did. Even if I do, it's not a big deal. I beat this game countless times. The only real The only real problematic stage, honestly, for me, really is the final boss, which can be a bit of a headache. It can be a bit of a headache. It's fine. As one speedrunner said, Donkey Kong is the worst character in his own series. Which I disagree with. I think Kiddy Kong was the worst. Kiddy Kong was Donkey Kong with a freaking baby outfit on. And he was really dumb. And when he died, he screamed like a baby. And it was really annoying. Now, here comes a quick one that's going to be a little tense for me. Not for you, but for me. I screwed that up. Touch his life. Try again. There we go. That's that one. Then we go to Millstone Mayhem. This one has a little secret we're gonna try out. I've never done it before. I need to use Diddy Kong for this. Why is my controller not working? There it is. I see. I accidentally hit a switch that turns the analog sticks on. Right, make sure we don't hit the wrong thing. Oh my god, really? The freaking tire disappeared. There we go. Not every level has a warp, by the way. Most don't. Now we're going to move on to Neki, which is the bird. The first time we see the bird boss. The boss has got a lot more creative as the game series went on. He's giving us good luck. Alright, so Neki's done. Now we'll move on to Vine Valley. This is... We gotta move. We gotta move. We want to pull this one thing off. I don't know the exact time, but there it is. That's a secret exit to get out of this level a lot faster. The way you do it is by basically going as fast as you can with Donkey Kong. You can't do it with Diddy Kong. And you go as fast as you can with him, and if you get there in time, it'll spawn for you. Here's a Treetop Town or whatever it's called. Another secret. I think that's the end of the secrets for this world. this is probably where I'd have my choke point, because this level is not the easiest. If I was trying to run this game, it probably would be this being a choke point for me. Not a hard level necessarily, it's just basically an auto scroller with a bunch of bees. There's only really one level in this game that does give me a bit of trouble, and that's not in this world. It's actually the next one. And you'll know when I get to it. And I know you know what level I'm talking about if you played this game. It is the one where like the snow gets really thick and it's like really hard to see, and a bunch of cannon shots, and it's really annoying. This is Temple Tempest. I swear, playing this game has been kind of a tradition on all my gaming channels, that I have to play through the first 2 DK games, and it's like just a tradition that I do on almost all of them. Well, all of them, really. These are quick playthroughs, and they're fun for the most part. DK2 is probably the greatest platformer of all time, in my opinion. One of them, if not the best. DK1's really good, though. Sometimes I actually like DK1 more than DK2. It just depends on my mood. We're going to let him pass, because if you let him pass, he just disappears. He doesn't actually soft lock you or anything. So you can just follow him. I thought that he disappeared. Maybe if you give him enough time. That was luck. I thought that hitbox had me for sure. Orangutan Gang. I think everybody knows this one, mainly because of the nighttime mechanic where it goes from day to night kind of. The first level did that too, didn't it? Yeah. This one has like the really pretty background. We're gonna use this. If we get rid of this guy first, I think we can get a nice screenshot right here with a backdrop for the thumbnail. We're going to do that real quick. There we go. Actually, I kind of want it to be bigger. There we go. I'll use that. That's cozy. Can't jump on those barrels, by the way. It'll take a Kong if you do. Whoa, almost caught me there. By the way, it's not a pit. There's actually a floor down there. Lamb City. Can't remember this level necessarily. I've played it a million times, but I can't just like recite from memory every enemy placement or anything. I'm shocked that I got past this fish. By the way, I found out, this is kind of a little note since we're in a water level. There's this thing at the Chinese restaurant that I really like, and it's called fried scallops. Well, I started wondering because scallops are incredibly expensive at the grocery store, but yet these scallops are incredibly cheap at the Chinese place. Well, the Chinese place that I go to is not known for being cheap. They nickel and dime you for everything. And that's fine. They gotta stay in business, but like they just, everything on their menu is relatively expensive. But, you'd think this would be like a $20 thing. So I'm just like, how do they do it? I mean, these scallops are pretty decent size too. About the size of a McDonald's chicken nugget, maybe even thicker than that. I'm just like, where are they getting theirs from? Because I want to buy these, and cook them myself in the air fryer. Well, I went to ChatGPT, and I took a picture of the scallop after, before and after I bit into it. I was like, is this a real scallop? And ChatGPT immediately said no. It said no. That's an imitation scallop. Definitely 100% fake. There's no way that's a real scallop. And I was like, really? It's like, yeah, no. Completely wrong. The texture on the inside, the texture on the inside, the way it looked when you went on the inside with the flakiness and all that, and just the color and everything was off. And I'm just like, well, what is it? And it was just like, it's probably just pollock. It's probably just pollock or haddock or something, just regular cheap fish that they throw in, and make fish nuggets and call it scallops because it's shaped like a scallop. Here we are, Gorilla Glacier. I think this might be the level right here that I talked about. It might be the next one. It's not I don't like this world at all. I'll just say that. I'm not a fan of the ice levels in this game. Well, one of them's nice, but the rest of them aren't. We're actually going to skip the nice one. I like the way it looks. I like the music. But I don't like the platforming because it's way too hard compared to the rest of the game, which is nowhere near this difficult. With the ice being part of it, and also having to do the barrel thing, which was never this game's strong suit, was doing the barrels. Which I get why they have the barrel thing, because, in the original game, that's what Donkey Kong threw at Mario. But, yeah, this is the level. You gotta deal with this thing where it's like you have to get blinded and everything, where you can't see nothing. Well, it actually gets worse because there's that one where where the lights keep turning off. You can't see where you're going, but for some reason this one, Well, that did something. I think I might have just skipped the level and didn't mean to. Hey, take it where you can get it. There it is. That level's over. I don't think there's another one, actually, another ice level like that. It's weird. They have like this ice world, but they don't have many ice levels. This one's an ice level, obviously, but it's a gorgeous background. Probably the prettiest background in gaming history to me, of retro games at least. I think you're supposed to lose this game, and then there's like a thing where you get Donkey Kong to jump up right here. There it is. I saw it. You couldn't really see it too well because it was kind of blocked out by I appreciate that. Wait, am I going the wrong way? I think I might be going the wrong way. I lost the Kong anyway, so it doesn't matter. Leap of faiths are never fun in games, by the way. I'm happy that that's not as much of a thing today as it used to be. We just had to, take a wild guess if you were going to die or not. No, I think this is another one of those ice levels that sucks. Yep. Start off with it. Why not? But after this, it goes back to being great, I don't know if this birdie is going to help us at all in this level. I don't think this level is very good for this type of... Well, he's dead anyway, so goodbye, birdie. That didn't last very long at all. Oh, you serious? That ain't good. Let's try this again. Hopefully you're enjoying these videos, and if you do, please like and subscribe, and yeah, appreciate it if you did. Also share a link with a friend. Every little bit helps. All right, you caught me there. I'll give you that. I don't know how I did that, but where am I? What am I jumping? I can't see where I'm jumping. Once again, those leaps of faith. This level is terrible about them. I'll take it. Nice cheap shot. Octopus Chase. This is a pretty background at least. Well, it's exactly what it sounds like. You running away from octopus buzzsaw things. Pretty sure you can't kill a croctopus either in this game. Thought we were almost about to lose Donkey right there. That was smart. Just run right into the thing, Johnny. Run right into it. That's the right strategy. You want to beat the croctopus? Run right into him with Donkey Kong. That was cheap. I didn't get hit, but that was very cheap. Having that shark just show up. Another jump scare shark. They just like their little jump scare sharks in here, don't they? Up, might get caught. Don't get caught. Almost. Almost. Not quite. Oh, almost. That was very close. And I got hit there. I'll take the hit if Donkey can get to the end. I can always get Diddy back. Alright, this is a quick warning to everybody. Skip ahead about 2-3 minutes in the video if you're sensitive to flashing lights. Okay, so I'll give you 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 1, 1. Remember, flashing lights, I don't want anyone getting sick from this. Just one more warning. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Because there will be flashing lights in this one, as you can see. A lot of them. I don't want anyone having a seizure because of me. And me playing a 30-year-old game. I don't have those problems, thank God, but I don't want to cause them either. I hate those things. I don't think they show up in the... They show up in the second game, I know, but I don't know if they show up in the third game is what I was saying. There we go, that's the end of the level. You can come back if you want. I don't think that's a mechanic in the rest of the game. I think that's the last time we'll see something like that. Pretty sure. The frog. I'll say it right now, the animal buddies in DKC1 were not good. Mechanically, they were not very good. They got much better in DKC2, but even then they were kind of messy. The problem is they added some, they're not like Yoshi, which gave the exact same movement tech and almost pretty much same hitbox and all that. they added some extra bulk to the character and also are not as precise on the movement. And that goes for all of them. All right, here we're gonna face really naughty, which is just the pink, I guess, pink version of naughty. The gopher from the first thing, beaver. So very naughty's over. You know, the whole storyline is that Donkey Kong is trying to get back his bananas. You know, in the very first world, yeah, he kind of got a lot of bananas done. It's kind of like I was supposed to blow up that barrel. I see. It's fine. Like I said, we're not going for 100%. This is when the game gets a little bit more tough, but it's not unfair tough like the glacier levels were. Just get a little bit more get good tough, honestly. We're doing pretty decent. Definitely would need more practice if I was to ever run this game competitively, trying to actually get a world record. I mean, that was just dumb on my part. Ah, that didn't work. That was bad. I thought there was going to be another barrel thrower right there. The oil drum alley is done. Trick. Not sure. This is just auto scroller. That's all I can see so far. That was very close. Ooh, I'm impressed with myself on that one. That little save right there. Oh yeah, this. So the enemies start coming off the thing and getting on the platform with you and falling off. And you have to watch it, and you can't switch Kongs, unfortunately. That I forgot the big belly soldier thing. You had to roll into him. Yeah, he doesn't come off. Dude, I hate those birds. I hate those vulture things that just drop rocks or whatever it is on you. Always hated those things. They're so annoying and hard to dodge. But I appreciate you for staying this long if you're still here. I really do appreciate you a lot. You have no idea. That was a mistake. I keep my finger anchored on the Y button usually, and here's the one where we have to go eventually fall off. Yeah. Glad you didn't come back in later games, barrel throwing dude. Pretty sure he didn't come back. Elevator antics. Okay, so this is just another cave level. See a rope right there, and I want to see where it goes. I'm having trouble grabbing it. I don't remember this level at all, actually. Actually, I think I do. Maybe I gotta get Donkey Kong to do it? He doesn't grab it either. We can just do it this way. I am determined to get over there to see what is up that thing. What is up here? It's a frog, ain't it? No, it's just one of these. It just gives you an extra life. It's not worth anything. I mean, unless you're playing this on the original console without save states like I am. Well, I'm not. I'm playing with save states. I'm on an emulator. I don't play on original console anymore. I did when I was a kid, but not now. I still own the game. Still got my copy somewhere. I've owned multiple copies of it over the years. Sold multiple copies of it. You can get it for about $20, I think, for the original cartridge. Probably maybe 30. Maybe, who knows? These days with inflation, who knows what they're selling for? I know for the longest time you could get a Super Mario cartridge for the World one for like $20. GoldenEye was always $20 for a while. Oh, I know this level. I don't hate it. Don't think I hate it. I don't. It's okay. I was in a rush there. Not accepting that either, sir. We don't accept your form of payment here. We don't take payment in the form of nuts. Your card has been revoked. Okay, that was something. That was also something. But I mean, these later stages I need a lot of practice on. Poison Pond. Environmental message. Are you serious? Just out of nowhere. Cheap. Extra cheap. Okay. All right, through some editing mistakes or recording mistakes, we've actually lost some footage. I could go back and play it all, but I'm sorry. I think you've already seen the levels. If you want, we can go back and do it, but there's no way to get on Funky's flights right now. So that's what we'll do. We'll basically go back and we'll finish this level. And if we can get on a Funky's flight, we will go back and redo those other levels. But basically, I was recording. I paused for some reason. I don't know what I was doing, but I paused for some reason, and I forgot to hit the record button again. So we lost some levels, but it's okay. We're gonna go back and do them. I know exactly where I stopped, so that was a mistake on my part. There's Funky. So let's go back and fix this mistake real quick. So we finished. We're just gonna say we finished that one level because it sucks. Blackout Basement. We're just gonna go back and do this one again. Do the boss level. So really all we're gonna miss is like half a level, and I'll do the other ones even though they're kind of a pain. Just because I don't want to be incomplete. So we've had a few little mistakes in this little video, but it's okay. I'll make it up to you. I promise. It's early in the morning, so forgive me. It's like 8 o'clock in the morning right now when I'm playing this, so I just woke up. Luckily, we didn't go through anything too irritating. Alright, so the drum is gone. And we'll go here. We have 2 levels we have to do, so it's not a big deal. I'll actually do the 3rd level as well because we lost the footage for that. So we get to do this lovely level again, which is an auto-scroller, and if you didn't know, I'm not a fan. Well, you didn't know because that recorded thing where I said I didn't like auto-scrollers isn't here. But if this is your favorite level, happy for you. There's another one like this, I believe. I think there's 2 of these in this world, pretty sure. don't know what the point of that platform was. Maybe it was a trick. At least we get to figure out what that barrel was for, because there was a barrel in the recording that I accidentally flubbed up. Where we can finally figure out what that barrel actually did. So there's always a positive when bad things like that happen. Don't want to knock the tire off because it's needed right there. Not this barrel. We can knock the tire off now. We don't need it. Was this barrel? Okay, what? Just really? That's it? It just blew us right back onto the platform. I was thinking it would warp us to the end of the level or something. That's unfortunate. Okay, that one did. And I lost Donkey Kong in the exact same spot I did on the original recording. Alright, there we go. This one's not a bad level. It's just, pretty simple. Just dodge the spinny things. Not hard. Well, we lost Rambi already. I don't know why people don't like Rambi. I heard that someone said Rambi sucks in this game. I'm just like, dude, he's basically Yoshi. He does the exact same thing as Yoshi. He just doesn't eat enemies. He just butts them with his horn instead. I mean, like, if you want to talk about buddy sucking, let's talk about that freaking frog thing that has the super imprecise movement. That frog is more of a liability than a gain. I had a feeling I was going to get hit by that one. Oh. Well, I saved it. Up. Well, second. Did the exact same thing in the exact same spot. Almost did the exact same thing in that spot too. I didn't want to go in there. The spot, bro. You still get Donkey? No. Get him later. Yeah. That was close. Alright, now we're back to where we were before. We already did Misty Mine, so. Well, you know what? Let's just do it again, because we only got the second half of the level, so let's do the first half. Like I was saying in the recording, these are milk snakes, not coral snakes. Coral snakes will hurt you. Milk snakes are actually pets, which is strange oversight on the developer, whoever did the graphics, because coral snakes have yellow bands. Now, in the original recording, I was going to say something about what the saying was that tells you the difference between the two. It was something about black on yellow and white on yellow or whatever. I can't remember the exact phrasing, and I don't want to pause again because last time I did that, and I'll do it again because I'm stupid. Alright, I looked it up. The phrase is red touch yellow, kill a fellow. Red touch black, venom lack. So, as you can see, there's no yellow on this snake. It's a milk snake. They're harmless. Well, they might be able to bite you, it hurt, but it won't kill you. I'm not sure how venomous, I gotta make sure I say venomous instead of poisonous. Because people get really upset if you say poisonous for a snake. Not sure how venomous a coral snake is. Pretty sure they're pretty bad. I don't know if they're as bad as like a cobra, but or a black mamba, but that was like, I thought that was not even floor right there. I couldn't see. We'll just do the whole level. Why not? We're already here. Armadillos. All right, we did that whole level again. So we technically did all the levels. I mean, we didn't skip any. The only thing we really lost was another one. Oh, by the way, another flashing lights warning, because this game is dumb in spots. So if you have problems with flashing lights, go ahead and turn your screen off, or look away, or close your eyes, or put your phone down. Whatever. It's going to be some flashing lights here. Okay. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Sorry for, I didn't realize I was going to do that to the last second. Keep going. But just once again, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Just in case you have flashing light issues. I think this is the last proper level of the game anyway. Oh, it didn't work. It didn't work either. I can barely see it as is. Even when the lights are on, I can't see it. I can see the little croc dude's eyes, but that's about it. Well, I mean, I think if I turn my screen brightness up, I could probably see it pretty decent, but I can't. Right now, as it is right now, what I'm seeing is already near black as is. I like to keep my screen dim because I have issues with bright. I have issues with bright screens. My eyes get all dried out and screwed up. So, great. Yeah, that was a very nice jump. Love those type of jumps where you can't see what you're doing at all. Sorry about the flashing lights. I'm really sorry. I can't help it. I legit can't see what I'm doing. Ooh, bees. I know someone's gonna correct me in the. I know it's a zinger. They're called zingers. Level though. It is the last level in the game, proper level that is. I don't see. I'm gonna turn my screen up because I can't see what I'm doing. Give me a second. I legit can't see what I'm doing at all right now. There we go. Now I can actually see it. I'll turn it back in a minute. You won't notice it, but even then I can barely see what I'm doing. I can kind of see it a little bit better. I love how they end the game with one of these dudes, like the little Donkey Kong dude from the original game, throwing barrels at you. And the last little FU, I guess. No, there's another level. Okay. I thought we were on the very last level. My mistake. My bad. Okay, so we can't kill him with even Donkey Kong. You have to do that. Okay. How are you supposed to get to that barrel right there? That's going to bug me if I don't look it up. Okay, so it's not that. Okay, what is this level called again? Platform Perils. I'm gonna look it up. It's gonna bother me if I don't look it up. Okay, so what I figured out is it's actually a warp out of the level, and it's a weird kind of thing. So let's see if they can pull it off. It's worth it. Skipping an auto scroller. Um, there is a platform down here, according to what I just saw. Maybe it's something to do with. I think that Diddy was holding it. Okay, I'm confused by what I just did, but there is a platform somewhere around here, and I can't. Oh, so it's a moving platform. Did that take us anywhere? I don't think so. Well, the guy in the speed run, I guess he did a glitch or something. He must have set up some fancy glitch to get out of the level. That was dumb. That was just me trying to be clever on that. Dude, that's a very cheap spot right there. Very cheap. At least it's not an auto scroller yet. Kind of an auto scroller, but not really. Oh, I see what I did there. That's one of those dudes you couldn't jump on. Alright, that's the exit. Here we go to the final two bosses. Necky's Revenge. It's gonna be the same thing as before. Pretty much. Alright, so he's done. Off we go to Gangplank Galleon, which is actually, I believe, also named after the first level in DKC2. So this is the final boss, which King K. Rool is a pain in the butt. I mean, obviously he has to be. He's the final boss. Here comes one of the He's not dead, by the way. He comes back. This is the end, and it's like, no, it's not. No, he comes back. Can't remember how many times he comes back. Well, I can't remember how many times he goes through his little jumpy thing he's doing right now. There it is. There's the actual end of the game. Thank you so much for watching. Enjoy this little outro. Well done, Donkey Kong, my boy. Who'd have thought a young whippersnapper like you could have beaten that bunch of no-good Kremlings? You've made an old man proud. Go and look in your hoard. I think you'll be in for a surprise. If I had been playing, I would have found everything. Of course, like you did the 101%. I'm sure there must be some bonus rooms you haven't found. And he got all his bananas back, which they're probably all going to go bad before he eats them. But there you go. There's the credits. Thank you so much for watching. Please check out the playlist below if you want to watch more little platformer things that I'm going to do on this channel. Thank you so much. See you next time. Welcome back, everybody, to another Fall Asleep While I Play. This one, we're going to play Donkey Kong Country 2. We actually just beat Donkey Kong Country 1 less than 30 seconds ago. You wouldn't notice that, but if you'd like to watch that one, there will be a link to the playlist below in the description and in the pinned comment. That way you can go and check out our platformer series, where I basically go through old platformers, even new platformers. The channel's really broken up between cozy games like Stardew Valley, Minecraft, etc., and the other half is platformers and maybe even city builders at some point. Basically, I like to keep a little bit of variety because we're in the very beginning stages of this channel, so I'm not exactly sure. I'm not exactly sure. What's the word I'm trying to use? I'm not exactly sure what's gonna, do well on the channel and what's not. We can predict things, but right now we're just kind of in the beginning 10-20 video thing, trying to figure out what I want to do. So for now, we're just going through the basic stuff that I basically play on every gaming channel because I enjoy it. Now this isn't going to be too long of a video either. I played through DKC1 this morning, and I pretty much know this game even better than DKC1, to be honest. Now the first two worlds have a bunch of warp barrels. This one actually has a very difficult one to get to if you want to do it the speed run way. We're not going to do that because I don't have the patience to learn that trick. But it's not that big a deal. We lose maybe 5 seconds if this was the speed run doing it this way, so just sit back, relax, and enjoy the gameplay and the soft commentary. Almost done with world 1 already. Because like I said, I know this game a lot better than I do the other one. Now, only the first two worlds have barrels, but the thing is, they have barrels in every level for the first two worlds. Now we're off to the first boss. This one's a little, not, I wouldn't say tricky, but it's a little slow. Now, I'm not a speedrunner, by the way. That's not the point of this series. It's just I like to go fast. I don't like to waste a lot of time doing stuff. So if I can do stuff quick, I'll do it quick, just to be more respectful of your time. Also, I don't like repetition a lot, so that's probably why I'm not a speedrunner, is because, you know, they'll start a game and then immediately, they'll immediately reset the game as soon as they screw something up, and I'm just like, nah. Nah. I can't get into that. Hold on, I can't remember where the warp is on this one. Give me a second. Okay, I got it. I was actually in the right spot. I just wasn't in the doing it exactly right. So it's like you got to go in the far top left corner and do a team toss. It's good up there. There we go. Skip his little animation. We may come back and do the Lost World levels as well. This one's a little bit further in the level, not too far. Oh, I screwed that up. It's fine. Ooh, we have a little backup right there. Here's another easy one. Yeah, imagine that squeaking noise that those things make is not exactly good for sleep. This is probably one of the hardest levels in the game, if you ask me. I'm not a fan of this level at all. So even if we were doing a casual, well, this is a casual playthrough. If we were doing a normal playthrough, going through all the levels, I'd give myself the exception to skip this one. It's just another auto-scroller that's just not fun. And I remember having massive amounts of issues with this as a kid. Alright, now I think I know where it is. I can't get it now because we need Dixie for that. If I'm not mistaken, it's down here. He probably could pull that off, did he though? Alright, we're at the last level of World 2, so there's no more warp barrels after this. This is Cleaver, I think is his name. Big scary sword monster. As you can see, the bosses are much, much better than the original game. A lot more interesting. He's not dead, by the way. He comes right back. There's 2 rounds of Cleaver, or whatever his name is. I think you gotta go back both ways or something. Okay, maybe not. Well, he's not happy about that. He's dead. Let's say he does go in the lava. I was wondering if he went in the lava after he got blown up. All right, here comes Kremquay. Not my favorite world. It's actually the world that I kind of dislike out of this entire game. I've never liked Kremquay that much. It has a lot of annoying stuff in it. Like every Donkey Kong game has at least one world where like it's really annoying. Like in the first one, I believe it's called Gorilla Glacier. The ice levels, they're not fun. And Kremquay, a swamp. Lots of barrel shots. Lots of platforming on crocodile heads. But the thing is, the world right after Kremquay is easily one of the best in gaming history. So it makes up for it. These dudes don't hurt you, they just take your bananas. The ones that you have to watch out for are the ones that say TNT on them, and they're usually black and red. They'll blow up and they'll hurt you. But I don't think there's... Ooh, that's not gonna work. That jump didn't work. That jump didn't work either. I hate that spot. I really hate this spot in this level. This one right here. So one way we're gonna handle this is try to skip as much as possible by doing the little glide thing. Wait for him to be done. Right, this is probably one of the worst levels in the game. Oh, flashing lights warning. I'll give you a second. Flashing lights warning. If you have sensitivities, it makes you sick, it makes you have seizures, anything like that, there will be flashing lights, I believe, in this level. Okay? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. If I'm not mistaken, there's flashing lights in this level. I think the animal body, yeah, there he is. See? Once again, flashing lights warning. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Go ahead and put your phone down or whatever you gotta do to avoid the light if it does bother you. Luckily, it does not bother me. It is a bit annoying, but it doesn't actually make me sick or anything. But I know some people have issues with flashing lights. But I think, luckily, this is the only level with flashing lights, as far as I remember. I don't remember any others having flashing light issues. What are they supposed to even be? Well, mana rays, I guess. Like, really badly drawn mana rays. I'm just not a fan of this level or this world whatsoever. This level is probably the worst in the game, though. In my opinion, I think it's the worst level. It's not even the hardest level, it's just not fun. Well, there's one more level after this that isn't the most fun either. In the same world, I believe. That's a mistake. That's the end of this level. Yep. There's gonna be a little spiny dude up here. Yep, little porcupine. Do not run into the back of him. Do not jump on him. You need to roll into him if you want to kill one. I don't need to go to Funky's Flights. This is another swamp level. It has a secret bit back here, but it just gives you the DK coin. It's not worth the squeeze because we're not doing 101%. Maybe we'll do it eventually. If this video gets any views, maybe we'll do a 101 or 102. I think this one's 102%. Because the original game was 101%. We found all the secrets, and this one I believe you gotta find you gotta beat all the levels, find all the secrets, the bonus rooms I mean. Get all the DK coins. So I think you might be able to call this the original, well maybe the first game would be called that. Original Collectathon, which was a huge thing back in the day, in the 90s especially. It was a massive, that was the FPS of that era, or the cozy game of that era was Collectathons. Super Mario 64, Banjo-Kazooie, Donkey Kong 64, you know, this game, the previous game, the next game in the series, the third one that everybody doesn't like. You know, I think DKC 3 is okay. It's not good. It's not great. It's just okay. Like I said, it's not the best. That's for sure. It has some decent level ideas, but it's just not the most fun, and it's kind of corny and bleh. Not a huge fan of DKC3. Might not even play through it. I don't know. I've never have finished it. It has good boss designs, but it's just otherwise just kind of bleh. Are you serious at that? Okay. I got killed by the zinger at the goal. Oh god, this is the bad one. Yeah, I think everybody hates this level. This is 100% the worst. This might be one of the worst levels in gaming history. It's way up there if it isn't number one. I'm gonna tell you why. It doesn't look that bad when you first see it. But the hitbox for this stupid snake is so random. or just so out of place that you'll get hit by enemies when you're just like really far away from them. So it's like you'll just get bopped for no reason, literally no reason. Does this do anything? Oh, I don't know why it had that little bananas like that, but seriously. And on top of that, the snake has horrible movement. He's just bad. He's not a good character. He is a hindrance, which is funny because the other one that had that problem with was the freaking frog in the first game. So maybe reptiles just aren't very good in Donkey Kong games. Well, but they are the enemies too, aren't they? Yeah, reptiles, yeah, little crocodile dudes. Okay. Well, we're past the worst level in gaming history, probably. Slime climb. Oh, God. This one's anxiety inducing. If I was you, I'd just turn the screen off. So the concept of this is basically you have to run up this thing as fast as possible. Otherwise, that fish is going to eat you. And he don't play. And this level does not play. So I would definitely say DKC 2 is probably the more difficult of the two. I'm guessing. Has its moments. I think they're both pretty. Have their difficulty. Where am I going? I'm going right into that thing's mouth is where I'm going. I think DKC2, I didn't mean to go back that far, but I think DKC2 is, this game right here is what I'm saying, Donkey Kong Country 2, which is what this is easily the best Super Nintendo game. Just, you can debate it. You can throw in Mario World if you want. You can throw in, all the... Even if it's a little frustrating, it's still the best. I just don't believe that there was any other Super Nintendo game that had controls as smooth and levels as fun and diverse as this game. I just don't think it was a thing. Let's get killed by a beetle. We're gonna call that beetle John Lennon. Well, no, that's really out of pocket. Sorry, Lennon fans. I like him too. I didn't. Well, call him John Lennon's Revenge. That's what that beetle was. That was incredibly close. I'm gonna say DKC2 is. I don't know if I'll say it's harder. I think it might be a little harder than DKC1 was. There's a lot more vertical level design for sure. Where DKC was more left to right, and maybe a little bit of right to left here and there. Because I literally just played it this morning, so. DKC2 is a lot more vertical, a lot more up down. Like you're almost always climbing up something. which is actually really innovative for the time because a lot of games did not do that. They were almost all left to right. That's the end of that level. Here comes the level that you all probably been waiting for. Bramble Blast, which has Sticker Bush Symphony, I think is what the song is called. It's basically an auto scroller. I've been playing this game for 30 years at least, and I still don't know the pattern that I still don't know the path I need to take. I'll say it. Aquatic Ambiance is better than Sticker Bush Symphony. I said it. Actually, I don't know. That is a very pretty song. I'll say this. Aquatic Ambience, I think, is the more iconic song. And Sticker Bush Symphony, I think is what this one's called, is has the best remixes. Like where other people like do covers of it, I think this one's the best for that. I love how they made. I love how they made the super soft, relaxing song the one for the most irritating stages in the game. Because some of the Sticker Bush levels, some of them are really, really freaking hard. Especially the last one in the last world where you have to do that race. Ugh. It's not a bad level. Don't think that I'm saying this game is bad. It's obviously not. It's probably my top 3 of all time. But that one level, 30 years later, I'm still not good at it. That race level with the other bird. Okay. We'll take the birdie. I don't ever remember seeing this part, but okay, I'll take it. That's how you get the DK letter. By the way, when you're riding the bird, the stickers on the bottom on flat surfaces don't hurt you. He like hovers above it, so. Best animal buddy in this game. I'm going to say Rambi again. Why? Because Rambi's easy to control. Birdie. Well, no, you know what? I'm gonna say it. I'm gonna say the spider actually. Good controls. Easy to control. Has that little spitty thing that where he can make his own platforms, and he has his own sort of web shot where he can hit enemies with it. All right, so we're at the end of World 3. Blubba. He's, I don't know if that's what his name is. I keep making names up off of what I think his name is. All right, if you don't jump when he lands, it'll stun you. By the way, if you get too close to him when he when the thing comes down, he'll smack it out of your hand. Like if I was too close there, he'll just hit the barrel with his club. I thought he died on that one. Okay. Maybe not. There, he's done. Crazy Crimland. We're finally in my favorite world. Crazy enough, full of bees. And I don't like bees in real life at all. I'm terrified of them, actually. But it does have some of the best levels. Let's get back to this level. Leap of Faith? I don't think there's that many pits in this level, really. Alright, so if you didn't know, when you get to the honey, you basically stick to the walls. And for some reason, we're inside of a beehive, which makes a lot of sense. Another thing that makes a whole lot of sense is that zingers are based on wasps. Wasps, if you have seen Beavis and Butthead, there's a new episode, by the way, where they find that you can actually get money for honey. That rhymed. They go and find a wasp nest. Thinking that it will produce honey that they could sell. And then, of course, they keep screwing with it, and Beavis keeps getting stung by it. But, no, wasps do not make honey at all. No, they're a completely different thing. The only real similarity between a honeybee and a wasp is they can both sting you. They can both sting you, and it'll hurt. But no, they are absolutely based on wasps. Man, I get why they do it because they kind of look like bees, but no, it's a definitely important distinction there because wasps do not make honey. They do not make anything that you want. And yes, yellow jackets are wasps. They are a type of wasp. Now, if I'm not mistaken, I think they said all hornets are wasps, but all wasps are not hornets. So, if you want to know what a wasp would be, in particular, based on what people call them, yellow jackets, European hornets, Japanese hornets, I mean, there's various types of yellow jacket too. They're not just one type of yellow jacket. There's several, where some are German yellow jackets, some are southern yellow jackets, which we have here, who are incredibly aggressive. probably the angriest bug in the in the bugdom, really. Or those southern yellow jackets, they're just mad. They're just angry to be angry. If they see you, they're going to sting you. It doesn't matter if you're near the nest or not. They don't care. They just see you and instantly just get really angry at you just for being there. But especially if you get near the nest. Another distinction is that bees, I'm going to take that back. I was saying bees don't dig underground holes, but I think bees usually have a hive and a wasp has a nest. And a lot of hornets and stuff like that and wasps, they'll basically dig into the ground, and that's why you'll see like a little hole in the ground where they come out of versus like a hive in a tree. Which some of them do make tree hives though. I know paper wasps do. That's usually what you see when you see a paper like hive up in a tree or up on your house. It's usually a paper wasp, which are aggressive too, but nowhere near as bad as a yellow jacket. So you should get rid of it, but they're not gonna come and swarm you just because you exist necessarily. But yellow jackets, they're just angry to be angry to begin with, especially the southern ones. But there's actually, and I just lost Kong there. There's actually a type of wasp that is incredibly beneficial that is actually pretty scary looking, but you probably should leave it alone if you see it. It's not going to bother you. It's called a mud dauber, and it's a black wasp. They're usually very dark black. And what they do is they actually are straight up predators. And what they do is they'll kill, I think it's spiders. I think they eat spiders. It's like they basically will just go and kill spiders and stuff, and they kind of are like solitary wasps where they basically will just kind of like, set up their own little hole away from everybody else, and they don't set up like huge colonies or anything. And they basically, what they're looking for, they ain't looking to sting you, they're looking for a spider. Now, I know they're scary looking, but they're actually, for the most part, harmless. Like you can actually handle one and they probably won't bite or sting you unless you really try to piss it off. I gotta edit that word out. Just to make sure I don't get pinged for that. Unless you make it angry. Let's just say that. But apparently it takes a whole lot to make one angry. They're definitely not looking for you, and they don't care about you. I actually had one crawling on me in my house, and I freaked out, and I was just like, oh my God, and even called the exterminator and just freaked out because, of course, I had a wasp freaking crawling on me under my blankets, no less. Sorry for that image, but yeah, I called the extermination company, and then I was like asking ChatGPT, what was that thing? Because I've had one crawl on me before, and I caught it, and it was a black mud dauber. And I asked ChatGPT, is it like what is it, like a yellow jacket or something? He goes, no, not really. It's basically a pretty harmless bug that kind of looks scary, but he probably just crawled in your house looking for a spider or looking for a bug to eat. He's not worried about you. Because the thing is, like, they're actually incredibly docile compared to every other bee out there. Because when I swatted him off, man, he just laid on he just walked around on the floor like, man, what was that about? Jerk. But it didn't try to fly up and attack me at all. It just went on the floor and kind of crawled around until I killed it. And then I started feeling bad because, well, he was just looking for a spider and he wasn't going to hurt me at all, but I didn't know that in the moment. But then at the same time, he could have been a paper wasp, which are aggressive, so yeah. But not all wasps are bad. Some are just looking for food and they won't bother you. So just think of like a mud dauber as sort of like the housefly of wasps. They're pretty much harmless. And if they do bite you or sting you, it's not going to hurt that bad. They say it might be a little, irritated, might be a little prick, but it won't hurt too bad. Nothing compared to the other ones. So they're useful. And then we also have a lot of orb weavers around here, which are little white spiders that create these massive webs. Like we're talking like take up the whole side of your porch kind of web. And they're not very big, but they're not very big at all, but they'll take up the whole side of your yard, of your porch. But they are incredibly useful. They're not, number one, they're not aggressive at all. But they're also incredibly useful as long as you don't run into its nest. Then it'll be a big mess for you, but it's not going to come after you and chase you down or whatever. But they actually like to eat everything else, bug-wise. So if you have a bug problem, they're kind of like the cat of spiders. Like how a cat eats all the mice and stuff. Orb weavers will eat basically, I think they pretty much will eat like almost any bug that flies into its web. But it casts a huge web, so if you see one and he's not in your way, like he's not blocking anything, just leave him alone. He's not going to get in your house. He's not going to try to bite you. He just wants to eat whatever bugs that are flying around. I don't have the problem anymore because I put a bug zapper up there, so anything he would want to eat is basically already cooked and dead, and he wouldn't want it. Because whatever, is cooked and dead ain't going to fly into his trap. So this is a race level. Probably one of my favorites in the game. And I just flew off the track. I believe you gotta get first place to actually beat the level. If I'm not mistaken. Oh my god, dude. Almost. Itching today. I don't know what's going on with that. It's just having all these little itchy sensations all over. That's weird. That's really far ahead. Got him. Let's see, Mudhole oh, great. Or Marsh. This is the last Marsh level, by the way. I think. Ah. That wasn't good. Are you cat o' nine tails thing? Go away. I feel like something crawling on me, but it's not. Just little itchy sensations. I don't know if it's from the ceiling fan blowing down on me or what, but I need to clean the filter on that AC already again because I've cleaned it just the other day, but it might have already got dusted up again. Oh no. The barrels can take those things out. I used to always think they were the coolest enemy, the cat and nine tails in this game. Are you serious? This type of jump, this is... oh. I was thinking, how am I supposed to jump that? Ramby Rumble. This is the one where you have to turn into Ramby and actually run away from a giant hornet. So if I was you, I would look away if you're scared of that idea. Ah, you stupid crocodile. All right, come on, Johnny. What was that? Come on, Johnny. What was that 2? What was that 3? I supposed to come down here? I guess. I like that little animation where like you know, if you sit there long enough, like Dixie will start eating the honey. That's really cute. I never really paid attention to that. Will he eat it? No, she'll just eat it. He won't. Honey is good though. If I'm not mistaken, honey never goes bad, does it? As long as you don't contaminate it. But if you like leave it in the bottle, it just doesn't go bad. Which is weird. You would think it would because of all that sugar. It's pretty much pure sugar. Isn't it? Alright, how am I... How are you supposed to get that DK coin up there, I wonder? I don't know. Alright, it's coming up in a second, so if you're scared of hornets or scared of bees at all, turn away, put the phone down, you know, just close your eyes. I'll tell you when you open them again, because you're about to see a big giant hornet in a minute. There he is. Alright, so just keep them shut. Calm down. Don't worry. If I can get pet, I think... Well, we'll be able to see if this experiment works or not. I mean, if we let him get it past us, will he disappear? Since I just screwed that jump up. Apparently he will disappear, so I guess it's okay. If I could jump right there, it'd be wonderful. Yeah, so if he hits you and you have another Kong, you can just drop past him. Okay, once again, if you hate bees, put your phone down, okay? Because we have to fight that bee now. Alright, once again, if you are afraid of bees, put your phone down, close your eyes, I'll tell you when to open them again. Alright? Because we gotta fight this giant bee. He's a very difficult boss, probably the hardest in the whole game. One of the hardest. Why? Because you have to shoot him right in the stinger. You can't, anywhere else will just bounce off. And I've always had trouble with King Zing Sting, is what he's called. His pattern isn't hard to recognize, but he's so fast that it's just a bit difficult to try to get him in the right spot to hit that stinger. And I'm having crazy trouble trying to hit it. There we go. Oh my God. Dude, I suck at this boss. I've always sucked at this boss battle. By the way, when he's red, you can't hurt him. By the way, you had to fight him in the original game too. Yeah, you did. His boss battle then was a lot easier though. Alright, he's done. Alright, he's gone. You can look back again. Alright, now we're in Gloomy Gulch, which is the haunted level. It's not very scary. Don't worry. It's not. You're not going to get scared during this. It has one of the prettiest songs in the entire game, which unfortunately you can't hear because I turned the audio off. So you can help you sleep, but look it up. It's called Forest Interlude. I've actually used it as my intro song for live streams on the reaction channel. Okay, so he hit me. I dropped the barrel, and then the barrel respawned in my hair thing. Okay, that's definitely something. See what I mean about those TNT ones? That was one of them that hurts you when they run into you. That was actually pretty amazing. Okay, speaking of which, you just got hit by one of those things. I didn't want to go to a bonus level. I don't care about bonus levels. We'll just skip out on the bonus level real quick. Because we can still go to the Lost World with all the tokens. You just have to put in a little sheet thing that'll give you all of them at once. If I can remember the exact thing, which we'll do that in like maybe we'll do that. I don't know. See what I think. Just got caught off guard, but well, that's the same spot. Okay. There's a level here that a lot of people don't like called Web Woods, I think. Where your bit is really slow because you have to use the spider to He's a friendly spider, not a scary spider. We have to use a spider to basically make platforms through the entire level. I think it's okay. Haunted Hall. This is the one where you have to get chased by a ghost pirate crocodile who really only hurts you if you run out of time, so don't worry about him too much. So remember in Donkey Kong Country 1 we did that level where like if you ran out of juice or had to hit the barrels? Okay, that's two different secrets in one, I think, right there. And there's another one right here. Yep. Collect the stars. We're pretty much past all the bad parts. This is one level. There's maybe 2 levels left in the game, which we still have a decent amount of game left, by the way. Like 2 levels that I can think of right now, which are kind of a pain for the wrong reasons. One is where you have to use that snake again, called Toxic Tower, if I'm not mistaken. And then there's the one with the bird race thing, which is like the very last level before Captain K. Rool in this game. That's a bit of a pain, yeah. This one's pretty much an auto-scroller. It's not difficult. You just gotta make sure you don't hit the minus barrels, because they take away time, and, yeah. Like that. Like that, too. Most likely I'm gonna lose a Kong right here. Yep. You just gotta watch what you're doing. Levels over. Dusty Glade? I would just say this right now. Wind in platformers has never been a good idea. It's never been fun. It's always been really annoying. Doesn't matter what game it is, it's never a fun mechanic to add random wind in the left or right. It has never, ever, ever been a fun mechanic. There might actually be a game, Wind Force or something out there that did it right, but anything that doesn't do it as their main mechanic is not fun. How about that? Apparently we could have got a snake at some point, and that's a good thing we didn't get him, because he would have been a pain in the butt. Would have made the level harder. There it goes. Oh, it's taking a little bit right there. Ooh, that was a pretty good jump. I'll take it. I'll take losing Dixie right there to get past the level. Parachute. Oh boy. Yeah, this one's a doozy. This one is where you have to ride a parrot that apparently cannot fly. He like just sort of slowly drops you. Like you can slow him down a little bit, but he can't go up or down. I mean, he can only go down. But it's going to say he can go down fast or he can go down slow, but he can't go up at all. I hope I explained that correctly. Speedrunners will actually just straight up drop off the bird and just jump down. I guess because they know, well, they probably know exactly where the bees are going to be. Play this game enough, you probably would know that, but I've played it for 30 years and I couldn't tell you where all the bees are, so you might be able to just do it, honestly, because they probably got plenty of barrels in the level. There's apparently a little thing, maybe a bonus right there. I remember seeing this level like in a trailer or something, or commercial. And I was just like, dude, that looks so cool. It is a cool level though. I'll give it that. It's difficult, but not in a terrible way. I hate these little things. I hate those stupid porcupines. I really do. Okay, I'll take that too. That was a pretty good sweep through all those beetles. Once again, rest in peace, John Lennon. Oh, come on. Yeah, Web Woods. Here we go. A lot of people don't like this level. I think it's okay. From what I remember, I actually thought I liked it at one point, which is weird. Okay, I have an idea actually. I want to try on that spot if I can get rid of these stupid rats. Alright, let's see if we team toss up here. Let's see what happens. I just get blown up by something. We end up going to a bonus level, of course. That's what all the secrets do. Actually, no, it's not a bonus level. Okay. So we just turn into a spider. So I guess we're supposed to go over there at some point? Alright, so just so you understand how this works, because I know some people get confused by it. Alright, so your Y button, or square if you're playing on a PlayStation type controller, your square button, the left button on your buttons, shoots. You can shoot up, you can shoot down, you can shoot forward based on how you press your D-pad. You jump with A, obviously, or X, or B if you're Super Nintendo. You hit circle, I guess it would be B, the right button on your thing to do that, to spit the web, and then you hit A again to make the platform. Okay? So that's how you do that. I know some people got a little confused about that at one point. It's like trying to figure out how to do it correctly or if you can control it. You can fully control it. But the platform doesn't last forever. It does eventually wear out after a really long time, apparently. I think the spider might be the best out of the buddies or whatever you call them, companions in the games. He's definitely the most useful. Look, we're having a baseball match where he keeps throwing barrels and I keep throwing webs and got him. Keep doing these jumps thinking I'm not going to make them. By the way, I'm kind of shocked at the fact that y'all watched the and yet it moves thing, because I figured nobody would ever see it. There'll be 0 viewers forever. I never really played through that game before until that video. Never had beaten it. I've beaten this game countless times. See what I mean? This level's kind of slow. Ooh, that was close. That was really close. You kind of blended into the background a little bit there, actually. Oh, spider's gone. Bye, Spidey. I think we might see him one more time in this game. All right, here comes a fun boss battle. Sarcasm. Okay, okay. You just gotta kill the living bird, all the ghost birds. I think if you miss one of the living birds, he runs across the bottom of the screen and kills you. Yep, see? Lost a Kong. Lost both. I think this is the final round of it. Bro, come on. All right, he's done. We're moving on to the last two worlds. Whether I wouldn't even call the one after this a world. It has like 1 or 2 levels tops. This is the last proper world. Let's say it that way. It's an ice world. Well, no, actually, it's not an ice world. It has a mixture of levels. But it's definitely the hardest. It has a lot going on. We haven't seen the swordfish the entire game, so here he is. Oops. By the way, you can do their charge attack by holding A and then letting go. Ah, that's unfortunate. How did he get hit right there? That doesn't make any sense, actually. Windy Well. This one's pretty tough. It's remember what I said about wind mechanics? Yeah, this level yeah, that's what it does. Upwards though. I think it does it mostly up though. I keep screwing up this initial jump. Oh, that was pure luck. I'll take it. Oh, well, duh. Of course you fly up. I'm saying, where do I go? No, dummy. You have to go up the same direction you've been going the whole level. I knew I was going to get hit right there. Brute force it. I hate you hook throwing dudes. I really do. Y'all are so annoying. Listen, he throws it all the way to the end of the screen. Probably be better to get close to him so when they throw it, you're out of the thing's way. You were supposed to be able to get the bird at some point. Okay. Oh, that's fine. This level I had a lot of trouble with as a kid. Never understood it. It's called Castle Crush, where it's just another auto-scroller. Yeah. So, yeah. It's just an auto-scroller. You just stand here and just, like, you know, kill enemies as they come. Try not to get crushed. Of course you would do that from off screen. I think it's because I didn't understand that you could roll into the into those porcupines was the big problem. Like I didn't understand that, and I would just try to dodge them the whole level, and it didn't work. But it's your typical auto-scroller. There's really nothing to see here. It's just, you know, just jump on enemies as they come and wait for the level to be over, really. This game did have a lot of auto-scrollers, didn't it? Got 28 lives so far. We're getting close to the end of the game. About 4 or 5 levels left. Toxic Tower is one of the roughest, though. I think that might be the next one. Now, there is a ROM hack of this game called DKC Unveiled, which is pretty okay from what I've seen. It's not exactly the most polished thing in the world, from what I remember. Maybe we'll play that one day. But really, we're not going to focus on the Super Nintendo stuff unless this gets a ton of views. But this is just more of a tradition. I always play through the first 2 DKC games on the gaming channels that I play, that I do. So on Johnny Fox Gaming, we had this, and yeah. So it's more of a traditional thing of just, it's a ritual of, this is going to be a real gaming series as I play through DKC 1 and 2. That's always so satisfying, watching those two get crushed. In a gaming way, not in a horny way. Calm down. This isn't that type of channel yet. Man's gonna make money somehow, right? Men don't make money in that industry. Not much. Okay, Clapper's Cavern. Here we go. This is where Dude Man will freeze the ice and stuff. Oh, he mad. Now we got On Guard the swordfish. What? What? Okay. Thanks, On Guard. You kind of were here for like 2 seconds. I like that sliding under the bee. That I don't know. That just seems kind of elegant. There's like a nice sort of elegance to that movement. Come on, baby. Almost didn't make it. Chain link something. Yeah, that's exactly what you expect. Just a bunch of this. If I never see you hook tossers again, that sounded like a bad word that you'd call somebody. Sorry, if there's any group of people out there named hook tossers, whatever you call those things, if I never see them again, it'll be too soon. Same thing with you zingers. Oh. Patience. Patience. Luck. Patience. Okay. I'll take the zingers over those stupid birds. Are you serious? Stupid bird. Okay, calm down. Let's help people. I don't know why I picked these games because they're not sleepy. That spot, bro. Okay, so that's not the right way. Very close. Come on, go to the other one. Ooh, okay. All right, I gotta figure out this pattern. This level ain't too bad. Okay, it's just cheap. Faster, 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 faster. Oh! Okay, so he steals extra lives. Toxic Tower, baby. The final level of this world. I've brought it up a million times already, and here we are. I don't want to lose that extra Kong on this one. So basically, you become the snake, and the object is to get to the top without hitting the green liquid. And it's just as bad as that other one where we had to play as a snake. Remember I told you Ramble Scramble or whatever it was called? I can't remember. Rattle something. It's just as cheap as that one. Oh my God, dude, come on. Why would you do that? Maybe Animal Antics or whatever it was called was one of the lost levels. I think it is. Unless it's in second to last level period in the game. Spider. Don't tell me he has to. Yeah, he does. No more spider. We're done with Toxic Tower. Flying Croc. I believe there's only 1 or 2 levels in this world. And this is one of them. This is the other one where I said about the race. Here we are. The race. Oh, you thing. Oh, dude, seriously? Seriously? I'll take it. Dude, I hate this level is so... This level, though. I love how they they use the backdrop, the prettiest song in one of on the Super Nintendo, maybe, for like one of the most stressful levels there is. Oh, please. Oh, there he is, that stupid parrot. So, after 30 years of playing this game, I learned something today. You can actually skip the race entirely with a little trick, and I've never done it before, so maybe it will be a peaceful pixel. Let's see. And it worked. Oh my god. Okay, so here's what you do. When you get to that spot where the bird is waiting to race you, fly up, take a hit, lose a Kong, and then just fly over top of him without touching him. And for some reason, the trigger that would be there just doesn't. So now we can just relax and enjoy the little scenery before the final boss fight without having to race and freak out and all that. Isn't that wonderful? That's a very nice way to finish this little playthrough right before the final boss. Because before you would have to be flying as hard as you could and racing through this a million miles an hour and be incredibly stressed out the entire time. But I didn't know that was a thing. Now I do, and I'm never flying that race again because that race sucks. And I think the bird cheats on top of that. Just enjoy the scenery, the little brambles and stuff. Just enjoy it. Hopefully you get some sleep. That's amazing. I never knew that. I was thinking when I looked it up right between cuts, I was just like, I know that I saw there's a way to skip that final race, and I looked it up and it was just that. An incredibly simple trick that didn't take any headache at all to do it, which is, I'm not going to object to one of the hardest parts of the entire game being, removed. I don't know how to get Diddy back from that spot, so we're just not going to. There it is. That's the end of the race. That's the end of this level. And now we get to fight the final boss, who is a headache. So I just want to take this moment while we kill this final boss to thank you for watching. Hopefully you enjoyed this, and if you do, like and subscribe. Share it with a friend, because I'm going to be doing a lot more of these videos to try to help you relax and sleep. But we do have a little bit of video left, because this boss fight does take a while. And it is a lot harder than it looks. It didn't work. No. It didn't work again. Come on. Throwing it is hard. Not hard enough, apparently. He's not dead. He's not dead. He's not dead. Bro, this, I know he's the final boss, but he is so, I don't know if the patterns are random or not. It kind of feels like they are. See, he's way harder than he was in the first game. Oh my god. Oh my god, bro. I can't figure out how to get past this stupid ball. Round 3. The thing is, this isn't even his final form, as they say in anime. Like, there's an even harder boss fight of this guy in the Lost World levels, which are like the ultimate challenge of this game. I don't even know what that did to me. It reversed my controls. That one did. That's the end of the game. Unless you do the lost levels, which are much, much harder. And he got eaten by a bunch of sharks. I know you do it, Diddy, my boy, but how could you fail having learned all you know from old Cranky here? You've rescued the lazy grandson of mine and dumped K. Rool in his own filthy swamp. Not bad for a novice. I reckon I had found all the Krem coins and completed all the so-called lost worlds so well. You can't expect everything from the first game, can we? From your first game. Just had a Malwarebytes pop up. Did you know? No, I don't. Thank you so much for watching. Appreciate you. Check the link in the description and the playlist if you want to watch more of these cozy platformer videos. And appreciate you. Thank you. Take care, everybody. In this video, I'll be playing through Donkey Kong on the NES while giving you soft commentary and rain sound to hopefully help you relax and sleep. If you like this short so far, click the link at the bottom of your screen. That way you can join us for the full video. I'm going to play through a few rounds of this, mainly just to help you finally fall asleep. And no big issues, no jump scares, no nothing to wake you up. We're just going to play through this wonderful, simple game. And it's only 3 levels long a few times. Hopefully helping you fall asleep fast. If you like these videos, subscribe, and I have many more. Actually, of the first 2 official Donkey Kong Country games, the ones that you probably were looking for. If this one came up, I've already done those 2, and I'm working on the 3rd one. You just have to give me a little bit of time with the 3rd one, because the 3rd one is quite difficult compared to the first 2. But this one I've played through, I don't know, a good amount of times. And kind of wonder if I'm soft locked here, because oh, there he goes. He's going to move out of the way. So this is what you could call maybe the first platformer. I think some people call the original Mario Brothers the first platformer, and it wasn't. I mean, this is a platformer, even if it is quite crude and it's only a single screen. But this came out in, I believe, what, 1983? If I'm not mistaken, this particular game for the arcade. So yeah, this came before Mario 1, which came out in like 1985, I believe. So the object of this particular level is to basically take out these little blocks here, because those will get rid of the supports and make Donkey Kong drop. And oh, I thought I was going to be stuck there for a second. There were other games around this era. I don't know if they came before or after Donkey Kong, like Lode Runner, which was actually kind of similar to this. Like, it was a single screen platformer kind of thing, where you basically had to like get rid of pieces of the floor to trap your enemies and all of that, and you had to get like all the coins and everything, which was actually really like Lode Runner. I don't know if you remember that. That was more of a PC game than a actual console game. There might have been a console version, but that's the first round of Donkey Kong over. And as you can see, Mario right there, who was called Jumpman at that point, has gotten with, I believe, Pauline, who eventually, I don't know if Pauline and Peach are the same character, but you know, they kind of look similar. Both white, both blonde, both wearing a pink dress, you know. So it seems likely. Well, I got stuck in a bad spot right there. It's fine though. That's just what happens in this game. I don't know how you predict if these things go down the ladder or not, but as you can see, the game does get more difficult as, you know, you go to round 4 or round 2 of the entire thing. You're going to deal with bigger hazards, and I honestly think this is probably the hardest level out of all of them, is the first level, honestly. But we're going to play through a couple of them. There's not going to be any rage outs or anything, because I don't do that on this channel. This is not your average, you know, let's play channel of, you know, big epic moments and screaming and all of that other stuff. It's not that. We don't do that here. And honestly, I never did on the previous channels I did for gaming. I never was into that screamy scream, oh my god, a monster on my screen thing. I mean, like, I know people love it, and I'm not trashing those YouTubers, but I'm just not the screamy scream type. I don't like to lose my voice, especially when it comes to like a video game. How am I supposed to get that spot though? Whoops, that was my fault. A little bit of a tough area. As I said, like the difficulty definitely increased between games. The enemies are a lot faster in this one and a lot more frequent. As we can see, we can, well, let's see if we can find a spot. There you go. That's level 2 or level 5, depending on what you're reading this as. Over, and now we're on round 2 of taking out this building that has Donkey Kong on top of it. And of course, Donkey Kong is based on King Kong. I mean, that's pretty obvious. I don't think anyone has ever debated or disputed that. And I'm sure that they would have called it King Kong if they could get the license for it, because it would have been a more recognizable name than Donkey Kong. Well, little fire dudes will follow me. It's fine. I'll lose a life and move on to the next one. And if we run out of lives, we'll just keep playing until I get bored with it. But right now I'm having fun with this. It's very basic, but sometimes you want to go back to basic stuff. You know, every so often, I've even done it on the channel even, you know, I'll go back and play like solitaire at night and stuff. And, I know solitaire is more of an old folks game, but I actually enjoy it. I actually really enjoy sitting here just playing solitaire sometimes. Sometimes you just want to unplug, turn your brain off for the most part, and just play something that's super basic, doesn't have a story, doesn't have any type of epic levels, no crazy platforms, no crazy boss fights, no nothing. It's just, you know, you're just trying to get cards, you know, to line up together, and that's all you're doing. Okay, I was wondering if I could, okay, so I can't jump when I have the hammer. Okay. I'm not sure if the Hammer Bros thing came from the hammer power up, but there's round 2 of Donkey Kong done, where he's gonna fall down again and pop his head, and then me and Pauline, or Jumpman and Pauline, get together again. So let's do round 3 of Donkey Kong Country. No, that hasn't come yet. Of Donkey Kong, the original, and see how hard it gets. I'm sure it's gonna get pretty outrageous after a while. To the point where it's nearly impossible. And we're definitely not trying to beat Billy Mitchell's score or contest his score, because we're not Carl Jobston. We don't want to get sued. That was a big reason I stopped even doing reaction videos, was because of that nasty situation that came up where someone lost about $1 million just because they said you didn't, you know. Actually, you know what? I'm going to take that back. It wasn't because Carl said the Billy's record was fake. I think it actually was that he had said that Billy Mitchell had caused someone's death some way or another. I forgot what it was. It was something to do with it was Billy's fault for someone dying or something like that. And it was just like, bro, what? You know, that's crazy. I think it was Billy had threatened to sue somebody, if I'm not mistaken. I may be wrong, so forgive me. But wasn't it like someone had said that his record was fake or something, and then, like, you know, he did a cease and desist or something and told him, you know, shut up, you know, it's not true or whatever, you know, I'll sue you if you keep on. And the dude just happened to end up ending it all, let's just say it that way. And then Carl Jobs tried to say that that was, you know, Billy's fault, that, you know, he was the one that caused it, and he said it multiple times, you know. The big old issue of FAFO, but you just never know, man. People, like, ever since the H3H3 lawsuit came through, and I don't know what by the time you watch this, it might have been already decided. but this is being shot in 7/23/25, so that's the date that I'm recording this. That lawsuit basically opened it up where a lot of people are threatening lawsuits against other YouTubers, and I'm just like, I don't want to bother. You know, I just want to quietly make my little YouTube videos and make people happy, help people sleep, and then just, you know, whatever. If it doesn't get a ton of views, it's fine. If it never gets big, it's fine. You know, I'd rather just do this and live in peace than have to worry about, you know, a letter showing up. Oh, you said something about me on a reaction video. I don't like you, and give me all your money, you know. So, trying to avoid that at all costs. So, that's why I switched to gaming, because this is what I wanted to do at the end of the day. And if it doesn't work out, it doesn't work out. But I was just fed up with being a reaction channel. I just did not like it. I didn't enjoy doing it anymore. I thought it was annoying and cheap and wasn't creative at all. And, you know, it wasn't making money either. Wasn't making enough to justify the risk that could come with that, you know. We're on round 3 of Donkey Kong. Keep wanting to say country, but we're not on Donkey Kong Country. This is Donkey Kong NES, the original Donkey Kong. So it looks like, I don't know, the level doesn't seem that much more difficult. Maybe it is. I'm just basically just playing through it over and over because hopefully it helps you sleep, really. I mean, I'm not trying to go for a high score. I don't care about scores and speed runs and all that of this, but I do bring speed runs up a lot because I really respect those people and I think they're incredible at what they do, and I really support their channels and hope that you check them out. And I need to start just naming off runners that do the games I do on here, in case you wanted to like watch someone that's super skilled at this where I'm not, you know, give them a little bit of love. And hopefully if the video gets views, it'll bring them something, you know. Like I did bring up Trihex and Yoshi's Island, and I think I brought up Cheese and Siglimic and a few others in the Mario 64 video. And if I ever do Zelda, we could probably talk about Narcissa, if Narcissa even does it anymore. I don't know if Narcissa even bothers anymore. That's a whole drama for somebody else's channel. But they used to be at least the GOAT when it came to, you know, Zelda, so, or at least Ocarina of Time. That is just a tough spot. That is a really tough spot. How am I supposed to? That's just really tough, man. I don't know how I'm supposed to do this. But it's gonna fall right on the left. Let's analyze the pattern, okay? Let's just watch it. All right, bounces on the first ladder, lands on the second ladder, between the first two, then lands on the second, on the actual ladder we need to get up. So if we can maybe get under this, we can do like that. There you go. This is round 4, I believe, of the, I think it says right there, level 4. Like M1 is my amount of lives left. I have 1 life left, and then this is level 4 of the rounds of this game, which the game just pretty much loops forever. I don't know if it actually has a ending at any point. I don't think it does, because back then these were just one screen arcade games. They were meant to get your quarters, and, you know, high scores were the thing, and it wasn't like, you know, they had endings and storylines and stuff like that. Really, that wasn't really a thing at that point. I mean, some games did, but it was very minimal. more akin to things like Ultima and, you know, those sort of RPG games and stuff of the era, but those really didn't even have stories in the game either. You basically got like a booklet that told you the story, you know, that you had to read the booklet to see the context of the story you were doing. So I'm pretty sure that's how Ultima did it a lot, at least for the first couple of them. It was more like, you know, you read the manual, or it might like refer to a certain page in the booklet that you got with the game, you know, to basically tell you what the story was at that point, because they just didn't have the space to even put the stuff on there, you know. But they didn't have the ability to write these grand operatic things on the game itself, you know, where you would just read it in game. It was just, you know, we're talking about like games that barely fit on a disc, you know, where the character was like a stick figure, and you know, all the menus were like numbers, like, you know, the Oregon Trail, where, you know, it was like option 1, 2, 3 kind of thing, you know. And that's how it was back then, you know. So now it's the same sort of era right here, you know, where dungeons were like wireframe. You know, if they were quote unquote 3D, they were like wireframe kind of things, like in Ultima 1 was like that, I believe, and Akalabeth, which was the more or less the beta for Ultima 1, really. It was Richard Garriott trying to figure out, you know, how to even make a game at that point. So that's what Akalabeth was Ultima Zero, as some people call it. But, you know, that's how games were back then. They were very primitive and stick figure, and, you know, some people still love those. And we even had text adventure back then. That was before my time, though. That was before I was born, where that was a big thing. But, you know, some people still did it, even into the 90s, really, and maybe even today, the text adventures, which would be similar to a visual novel now, kinda, sorta, not really. I mean, a visual novel is basically like an interactive comic book, more or less, you know, where it's a lot of reading and a lot of menus and everything for all the gameplay and all that, and just different pictures and stories show up and stuff like that. But back then, it was sort of like, you know, you would tell your, you know, a prompt, you know, a blank screen. They'll just like have the text show up, and it'll be like, you know, your character did XYZ, turn left, right, straight, you know, pick up item, all that stuff. There was one actually I played recently that was a Flash game. I forgot what it was called. It was one where like you were stuck in, like, you were basically in a saw trap, and it was really interesting, but I could not for the life of me figure out how to get out of the thing, which tells you that I would die in the saw trap if I ever was in one. But it was definitely an interesting little bit. I forgot if I can remember. I can't remember. I just remember you wake up in a shed, and like it's dark, and you have to, you know, find a candle or something, and just, you know, all that sort of stuff. There we go. We get burnt. Is that game over? No? You got 0 lives left. I got one more. I think Donkey Kong Country actually did that too. But back to the thing I was talking about, the text adventure thing. I can't remember what it was called, but it was really cool. It was a really popular one. If you just look it up on Google, you can look it up. Just look up text adventure game, The Shed or something, you know. And I actually really enjoyed the small amount of time I was playing that, you know. Did he come across? Little fire dude is just really wanting to wreck my day right now. Which you're not going to. Nope. There we go. There's another round of Donkey Kong done. It doesn't look like the difficulty really ramps up. It ramped up that one time. But it doesn't look like it really does much different. It's just kind of the same thing over and over. Which is fine. You know, I don't know. Maybe it is getting harder and I'm just getting better at it. I doubt it. I doubt that. There goes my last life. Game over. Okay, let's go to, what is game B? I was playing game A. I don't know what game B does. Okay, is game B the harder one, or is it just like a different set of ladders? Like it's set up differently, or? I think game B might be hard mode. That was the same first level, but it was slightly that's all right. That's the same as the second level as well. I'm gonna have to look up what game B even means. This little thing, can you like fall down like long distances with it? Let's see. Nope. I thought it was a little thing where you could actually, fall down with an umbrella or something, which don't try that in real life. It doesn't work. You cannot float down like Princess Peach with an umbrella. If you don't believe me, go look up idiots that have tried on YouTube. Yeah, these platforms are aligned differently. But that bouncing thing is the same exact, the spring that's going is the exact same pattern as it was. This is the same thing. It's just a little one fireball instead of a bunch. I'm gonna have to look up what the difference is. Might just be just slightly different stage layouts. By the way, the Mario is also an arcade game. It was where basically like you had to knock shell. Wasn't it like something about the shells or whatever? I think you could play the game and it's that Mario All Stars, right? You can play the original Mario arcade game and All Stars. All right, come on, Fire, get out of my way. Well, never mind, you're not in my way. There we go. I'm gonna look up what game B even is in a second. Pause this real quick. And what is game A versus B in Donkey Kong NES? Let's see what it says. It says, for a second, it's being slow. In the NES version of Donkey Kong, when you start the game, you give two options, A and B. A is the easier difficulty designed for beginners. The enemies, like barrels and fireballs, move slower. You start with fewer hazards and have more time to learn the mechanics, ideal to new or casual players. B, harder difficulty designed for more experienced players. Enemies move faster, appear sooner, and behave more aggressively. You might see more barrels being thrown in quick succession and faster fireballs. Offers a greater challenge right from the start. So it's just hard mode. So I'm going to do it. I want to at least get some time on the clock here. I don't want to just have a 10-minute video saying fall asleep to this, and then you can't. Well, I just save stated myself back into, I don't know if I'm in game A or B now. Actually, I think probably B. Yeah, B, because the fireball's running a lot faster. But yeah, the Mario game, the original one, was an arcade game. There was nothing like Super Mario Brothers. It was a single screen arcade game where it was basically like trying to kick, wasn't it like trying to kick like Koopas or something like through a pipe? Why did my screen just glitch up like that? Okay. I didn't hit anything weird. I don't know what that was about, but it glitched up just really hard out of nowhere. Maybe I unlocked some secret code, some secret path that only the experts knew about. Oh, there goes glitching again. What is that? Why does it do that? It's like, we can't believe you got this far up the ladders. Now it's all glitchy looking. That's weird. That's back to normal now. Get the little umbrella for some extra points, and I fell off. Yeah, Mario does take fall damage in this game. He does, like, if you fall even a small distance, in some cases, he will just die. There was a Mario ROM hack that was supposed to be like a sequel to this, and it was like really, really hard. And it wasn't a single screen. It was basically like they took Mario in this style right here and turned it into like a Mario World platformer, but it was so hard. Oh my God. I can't remember what it's called, and I don't want to play it again. It was so frustrating. And I really gave it a chance. I just realized these little platform things did show up in Mario 1, didn't they? Like little platforms that go up and down. I just noticed it. And they also showed up in DKC. Nice. I never thought about that. But those little up and down platforms, little elevators, they did show up in the later games as a little homage to this. And the vines, I'm pretty sure, are a reference to DKC 2 with Donkey Kong 2 on this NES, which was Donkey Kong Jr. would climb up and down vines and stuff. I don't think we're going to be able to jump over the flames. I don't think that's going to work. I like how the little fireballs, like they'll climb the ladder, but they won't burn it up somehow. It must be metal ladders. Oh, well, you can't jump while you have the hammer, so. What happens if you actually touch Donkey Kong? You die. Okay. I was just kind of wondering right there. Let's play Donkey Kong 2, because I know I'm never going to probably get around to doing it by itself. We'll just call this the Donkey Kong Trilogy video, where I'll just do little timestamps to each one. Let's go NES. Games, Donkey Kong. Oh, it's called Donkey Kong Jr., not Donkey Kong 2. So this is Donkey Kong Jr., which I'm going to assume A and B are just easy and hard again. Why that little thing at the top keeps showing up? I don't know if that's going up in the final video or not, but I will get rid of it if it does. Alright, so this one's a lot different. This one's more about like climbing vines and collecting fruit. You can see those little chompers, they show up in the Donkey Kong series as well. Oh, he fell off the vine. In this version, Mario is the bad guy, which is probably the only time Mario's ever been the bad guy in a video game. Because I don't even think he was. No, he wasn't even the final boss in Wario Land. You know, that was a what do you call it? A genie that immediately turned good once you beat the genie. I don't understand that. Hey, there's little bouncy things from Mario, uh, Mario Brothers, little springs. Even some of these little animations from that little tiny drop hurt him. That's amazing. Are those supposed to be those little, well, no, the ones from Donkey Kong Country didn't drop eggs. Those little bird dudes that would swoop down in DKC1. These chains were brought back in DKC2 for some of the later levels. This is much more complex than DKC. Well, Donkey Kong 1. Not DKC. DKC didn't come out until the 90s. This is early 80s. So, okay, so I can climb up these. I've never actually done these levels, so I'm not sure what I'm doing exactly. Guessing you just climb up these poles, avoid the sparky looking things, jump over those, and then this is actually a lot different than the original. I would say it's better. It's definitely better than the original. There are more than 3 levels though? Okay, there is more than 3 levels. Ooh, that's rough. This is definitely tough. The idea is to get all the keys and go up there to unlock Donkey Kong's cage by the look of this. It's definitely easier said than done. Uh-oh. A little crocodile dude coming down here. Oh, that was close. That was so close. I was also very close. Oop. Screwed it up. Fine though. We're gonna get through it. I just want to see this final cutscene because I've never seen the final cutscene of this one. Whoops. That's just a rough spot. Be careful. Whoop. Be careful. Look. Little crocodile dudes are coming for us. And look, this is wild, man. Cause you got all this stuff going on, and having to watch the birds and Crocodile dude just getting in the way. This is definitely something. Big problem is Donkey Kong Jr. is so slow going up and down the chains versus the other enemies. That's it right there. So let's see what happens. Okay, Donkey Kong falls again, and Mario died. Rip. Then it starts over, of course. Let's move on to Donkey Kong 3 and see what that's about. We have Donkey Kong 3. Load. NES. There we go. Donkey Kong 3. Game A. For some reason, Donkey Kong is hitting a wasp nest, which is a really bad idea. They're just saying. And we're using a bug spray to spray him on the butt for some reason. Don't know why. Perfect. 3,000. Thank you. We're just going to spray him on the butt over and over, I'm guessing. It's a very weird concept for a Donkey Kong game. But that doesn't feel good, having a beehive on your head. So we're on to the next level, which is what? Looks like the same as the last one, the first one actually. They're just more bees that come down and try to get you. Oh, that's what it is. It's definitely tougher. That thing shooting stingers out at me or something? It did. Is there a fourth level? Because I haven't seen Donkey Kong actually be defeated yet. Yeah, it looks like it. Round 4. Have to get over here and do it. Gotta zap the bugs and then zap him. Make sure we don't get hit. This is rough, man. Oh my god. This is definitely something. Ooh. Caught me. Ah, got me again. Come on, Donkey, get up that thing. That's round 4. You caught me with that stupid coconut. I mean, is there an ending to this? Or is it just rounds over and over the same thing? Because this is the first level all over again. But with more enemies. I'm not expecting complexity in this game, but I don't, doesn't look like it really does anything but just repeat the same stages over and over, so. Is there any other ones on that era? Let's see. What was... It was Donkey Kong Math, which, why not? We can be embarrassed by my math skills. Calculate A, calculate B, and then some exercise thing. Okay, let's do this. Is there going to be a bunch of enemies in the way, or is it just math? Okay, so plus 6, what? Plus 64. Am I supposed to, what am I supposed to do? Add up the number? What? I'm confused by what they're even asking me to do here. Well, 8 times 8. 64. Is that what you're asking me to do? Yeah. Okay. Well, that's a thing. This game is a thing. 55. So what do we got here? 55. 11 times 5 is 55. So I'm guessing you can only use 2 numbers. So what will be? I don't know. I don't think we can go on his side, can we? Well, blink 7, so anyway, there's Donkey Kong Math. Shows you how bad I am at math, but that's the end of the video for me. Thank you so much for watching. Please like and subscribe if you're still awake. If you fell asleep, good night. Hopefully you come back and see me again. All right, I'll see you in the next one. Take care. Check out my full Donkey Kong Country playlist if you like the Donkey Kong series, or the Mario playlist if you like Mario, or Star Fox, which I also just did. I'll see you next time. Goodbye for now. In this video, I'm going to be playing through Donkey Kong Country for the Game Boy Advance while giving you soft commentary and rain sounds to hopefully help you relax and fall asleep fast. I've already covered the originals on Super Nintendo if you'd rather watch those versions, but this is a slightly different game that I think is worth covering as well. If you're watching the shorts version of this, please go ahead and click the bottom of your screen so you can watch the full version on the channel. So there are some extras here and there, and the levels have been remixed just a bit. So stay to the end to see all the differences. Let's get into this lovely game. I'm going to be playing through this in the second one as well. Don't know about the third one. We'll see what happens there. I've just never been a fan of the third one, and I'm working on the third one for the channel, but I'm about halfway through it on a different recording, and I just haven't seen a point going back yet. But I'm going to do it at some point. That's the beauty of doing these off air. You know, not doing these live, is the fact that I can basically pick and choose what I want to play. And if I get bored with the game or just, you know, annoyed with it, I can put it on the back burner in a little file folder on my computer of current projects, which there are quite a few. So I do post almost every day at this point, so you have plenty of options to choose from, really. I have done all the Mario remakes as well, the Mario 1 through 3, the remakes for the All-Stars versions, and the GBA versions now. Actually, the GBA version for the second one. I'm going to eventually get to the third and first as well. So I'm doing, you know, original games, remakes, re-remakes, you know, all the different versions, because you never know. Someone might like the GBA version more than the original, and why not give them both? Not a big deal. Most of these games are about an hour or two long, so not, you know, too nightmarish, and I know most of them pretty well, actually. So just relax, lay back, don't worry. We're not gonna have any rage out moments. We don't do that on this channel. But if you're gonna stay up with me, I appreciate that as well. But please make sure to like and subscribe, and consider becoming a member so you can get access to some fun perks that I will be having soon. May have some members only videos at some point, or probably just early access, we'll see. But I have been working more towards getting a huge library to help launch the channel proper before I start slowing down a bit. But I don't plan on slowing down anytime soon, and that's a little weird that he went through the small bit. By the way, fun fact, those are milk snakes, not coral snakes, so they can't hurt you. Well, they could bite you, but can't kill you with the venom or whatever. I'm also working on the Kirby series, so that's in the works. I got Superstar done, Dreamland 1. I'm at the very last world of Dreamland 2. And then I'll do Dreamland 3 and so on and so forth, you know. I get On Guard here. I don't think I've ever actually got him in this level. I knew he was a thing in this level, but I don't know. How do you get him? I don't understand. We'll just have to skip him, I guess. There's a Croctopus right there. He isn't the original. I don't know if I had these originally back when they came out. I had a Game Boy Advance, but I didn't play it much. I think I had the DKC games on it. I still have copies now of all the games I play, but I'm thinking back when I was a kid when this is brand new. I remember the Game Boy SP being the greatest thing ever for a while before smartphones, because, you know, they finally put a backlight on the thing, which was insane that Nintendo, you know, had no backlights. Could you imagine the Switch without a backlight? Having to, you know, have like an accessory that looks sort of like a worm sticking out of the top of your console just to be able to see your video game, you know? Didn't make any sense. And there were third-party add-ons, but it was never as good as the SP, which was the best one. But even today, I think emulators beat it all, because I can play this on a big screen now. As I am now. Playing this on my 55-inch Hisense TV. Nothing fancy, just a basic TV, smart TV. With a Logitech F310 controller, so it's a very cheap setup if you want to. Well, I mean, I'm obviously playing it on my PC as well. It's not like the TV runs the emulators, but I mean, maybe some of those things can. Now the Fire TVs I think can do it. Actually, I screwed that up where I need to actually keep the crocodile there to do this particular roll through. Yeah, okay. Oh, this is gonna be tough. Can you even do it in this game? Maybe. Let's see. Let's switch to Donkey. I can. No, I don't want to do that. I want to get there for the other barrel. Even there anymore. Can't. I can't tell if it's up there or not. I want to let you skip most of the level. Actually, don't see it. Maybe I'm wrong. Fine. I just don't particularly like the barrel shooting sections of this game, which they're actually not that many. You usually associate this game with this sort of, barrel shot stuff, but it's actually not anywhere near as common as you would think, overall in the game. There's like maybe 3 or 4 levels that rely on it total. So it's not it's part of the game, but it's not anywhere near as big as you would think. The barrel to barrel stuff. There's maybe 5 or actually probably 5 or 6. It's not many. Really not many. Well, there's like, a lot of worlds, a lot of levels, but it's just not that many from what I remember. I just played it a month ago all the way through. Okay, so he's definitely different than he was in the original. He did not do that super jump in the original game. Can't believe it, you trampled all over Naughty. Give me that giant banana. I'll take care of it for you. Come on, get going. Can't rest yet. He needs his banana horde back, but he has a horde right there bigger than he could ever eat. By the time he even gets, 1/1000th out of that, it'll be rotten by then. Funny enough, I have actually grown to love bananas again because I didn't know that they were great for your acid reflux, which I have terrible acid. So I've actually become a banana fan now because I always liked them anyway, but I just never really was, I never reached out for them much. I used to just buy them and say, well, I'll just eat that. And then, I just, every time I looked at them, I was just like, I don't feel like it. I want something else. And then they just end up rotting, and they're only like 50 cents for like a pound of them. So it's not a big deal anyway. But, for like 5 or 6 bananas, it's probably like $1 or $2. Yeah, bananas are really cheap. But they're really good for you, actually. A lot of sugar on them, so you might want to watch that if you're diabetic. But they're actually, otherwise, beyond the sugar, they actually have, potassium and fiber and just good, easy on your stomach. So if you're having stomach issues or you're like sick to your stomach or acid, they're really good for that. Which I would have never thought. I would have never thought a banana, something that's real sugary and kind of mushy like that would be good on your stomach. I thought it would, all that sugar would make your acid a lot worse, but apparently not. Kind of surprised by that. I don't even know, do gorillas even really like bananas that much? I know that orangutans do because of that, that ghetto video thing, like where like dudes like, give me that MF and banana and all that stuff. And the dude doing the funny voiceover of the orangutan reaching out for a banana. Never thought about what gorillas actually ate. I'm pretty sure they're not exactly meat eaters from what I know. I think they mainly probably eat fruits and vegetables. Never had a pet gorilla, never really thought about it. I just kind of assumed that they probably just eat bananas. Or are they even, do they? It's gonna bother me now because I'm thinking bananas are a tropical thing and gorillas are in the jungle. I don't even know if bananas would naturally grow in their habitat. Let me see. I'm starting to think too deep into this. You're not actually going to believe this. Gorillas and monkeys in general actually are not banana eaters, at least in the wild. And that's what ChatGPT said, that the bananas are actually more like a harvested thing. It's not like a wild plant that they would eat anyway. It's not like something there's no banana tree out there that a monkey is climbing and eating it. They say that the only monkeys or gorillas that actually eat bananas are the ones in captivity, aka the zoo animals, and they only give them once in a while as a treat because they're high in fiber. I mean, high in sugar is the bad thing, and it's not part of their natural, diet. It says that gorillas actually mostly eat like leaves and bamboo, like not bamboo, but different types of plants, like vegetation. Really, they don't actually, they say fruits and vegetation, but bananas aren't something that they commonly eat in the wild or at all. Really, it's more of a zoo thing. I was thinking, I'm just like, I'm pretty sure there's banana trees in the wild, but I didn't, I was trying to think, because gorillas are usually in either Africa or the Amazon area. I can't remember which, but somewhere in the jungle. And when I think jungle, I don't think bananas. I think like jaguars and, big cats jumping out of trees and eating stuff. But they will eat them, but it's not part of their natural diet in the wild. Which is actually kind of crazy. I don't know where the myth came from that the gorillas and monkeys mainly ate bananas. And even ChatGPT said even if a monkey or a gorilla actually went to and saw a banana tree, they most likely wouldn't even eat the banana fruit. They probably would just eat the leaves off of it. And like the stalks or whatever, like the stems and stuff. And not really even look at the fruit probably. I mean, they're probably trained to eat it because, the crowd pleasing, but that's really interesting because I've always thought, because of this game, that monkeys and bananas were like the big thing together. Today you learned something. Definitely worth a like, subscribe, and a membership if possible. I'm not going to do 2-minute tangents about the memberships. They just really do help because the ad revenue is pretty low. If pretty much non-existent. Up. Let's try this different. How do I get past this? Oh, it's like that. A little tight there, but fine. That blows my mind, actually, now that I think of it. That's not part of their natural diet. In the wild, I mean. They said gorillas and monkeys, both of them. They said not all monkeys eat bananas. Gorillas are more likely to eat the actual leaves, but some monkeys will eat bananas, but not many. But they are definitely herbivores. They're not carnivores of any kind. They don't kill their food. Interesting to think that we evolved. I'm not a vegan or anything. I'm just saying, just for boring conversation for the video itself. it is interesting that we evolved to be more omnivore, where we eat both meat and vegetables and fruits. We basically eat a lot of different stuff that our animal counterparts do not eat, or maybe even toxic to them. Like, one thing you should never feed your dog is grapes. Because even one grape could possibly get your dog sick and die. Like, do not give them grapes or raisins, period. It'll kill them. So, I don't keep grapes or anything that could make her sick. Puppa sick at all in this house. I don't keep grapes. I don't keep macadamia nuts, anything. Well, she probably wouldn't eat it anyway because she's very picky. But at the same time, I don't want anything to hurt that dog ever. I'm outrageously protective of that little girl in there. Like, you ain't ever seen a man more protective of his dog than me. So like I said in other videos, that little girl is all I got left when it comes to a lot of things. And social interaction, I mean. She's my little girl with my whole heart. She's really the only thing I talk to in real life at this point, and only thing that seeks me out, or whatever, which is fine. That's actually how I wanted it. I just found humans too troublesome in real life after all these years. That, I mean, I'm fine talking to people online, but for the most part, I just like to be at home, play my games, make my videos, help people relax and sleep, and then when I'm not doing this, I watch TV and sit with her, and that's the life at this point, and then sometimes I do some other stuff for my side hustles and all that to keep the bills paid. But for the most part, I just decided I didn't want to rat race, didn't want to chase the $100,000 a year or more salaries and all that, and just if I could make just enough to live and not worry about where the next meal is coming for me and her, to just be happy that way. Because I don't see the point in chasing, what do they call it, keeping up with the Joneses or whatever. My world is more like, I don't even want to know the Jones exist. Not interested in what they got going on over there. Don't care. As long as they're not coming over here complaining to me about my yard or whatever, I don't care what the Joneses are doing. I think that's just how I've gotten as I've gotten older, is I've become a lot more content with just being alone, doing my own thing, and not being in a bunch of foolishness, as I would call it. Oh well. I'm going to try to do the little warp out of here that may or may not still be there. Because that warp for the first level wasn't there. But it's fine. I actually enjoy it. It's good not having to deal with, I'm dead serious. Like, I choose to live isolated as possible, because people may think that's weird, but I mean, I grew up in pure chaos. Like, my home life was never quiet when I was growing up. It was always something going on, good or bad. It was lots of drama and nonsense, and people trying to force themselves into my, personal life, and, why don't you talk to this person? Why don't you do something with that person? Why don't you do, why are you not getting involved? It's like, bro, just leave me alone. I'm working on my stuff, and you're just in here nagging me about BS. So I just got sick of that. And, once I was able to be left alone. That's what I choose to do, is be left alone so I can do my projects and play with my puppa. And I choose to spend time with her when, I'm not working on this stuff. And, she sometimes respects that, and sometimes she gets in a foul mood and wants to sit with her daddy right this second, which I have to tell her, no, can't do it right now, baby. I'm trying to record something, because she would, I've tried. Okay, I know you're probably thinking, why don't you let her in there while you record? Probably. And I would love to have her in here right now. Here's the problem. Puppa demands all the attention. She does not let Diddy play video games. She does not let Diddy hold a keyboard or type. Like, she does not let me do anything. One arm has to be rather on top of her back, or her holding my hand down and smooching it, trying to clean up my wrist scratches that come from my skin problems. No, I don't cut myself at all. It's nothing like that. It's just legit. I have really bad skin on my arms, and it's an ongoing thing. But Puppa sees it as an injury and wants to help work on it, so she'll pin my hand down and smooch it, and I have to go and wash it right after so it doesn't get nothing in it. But it hasn't caused any issues, and it makes her happy, and that's her happy place, is sitting on my left side, smooching on my wrist, trying to fix Daddy's hand. She'll literally, she'll take her little paw, her front paws, and just start to grab my hand, like, give me that hand. I got work to do, kind of thing. She won't let me just get it away from her. And if I try to use a keyboard or try to play a game or something, good luck. She's gonna knock the controller out of my hand with her nose. She'll butt the keyboard out of my hand like, hey, that's my hand. Because when she's in here, this is Puppa time. This is not time for work. It's time for Puppa. That's why the little girl can't be in here when I'm working, because she just gets in the way. And I've legitimately tried to get her in my lap and then record, and she just will not have it. She refuses, and I try to talk to her. I'm like, Puppa, Daddy got working. You want to be in here, but Daddy got still working. Nope. That's not good enough. It's not acceptable to the Puppa. You're going to have her daddy the way she wants to have her daddy, and that's about having Daddy's attention all on his little girl. But I've been opening the window blind for her when she does come in here, because she likes to look out the window a lot. Like, she'll get that head up there, she'll look out that window, she's just looking. She'll just glare at stuff, and she'll see you saw the UPS guy yesterday and barked at him a few times, and I said, Puppa, that's not sweet. You're supposed to be sweet, baby. That man brings you nice stuff. Because I get her treats and her other stuff from that. I don't get her food from that. I get her food from the regular grocery store, but I just died right there. That's fine. But yeah, it's just she doesn't get any special food or anything. She just gets regular dog food. Like mid quality dog food from Purina. She doesn't eat much of it. So she's losing a good amount of weight, but I mean, before she was eating so much human food that I'm basically retraining her to eat dog food and, not rely on human scraps like Dad would feed her all those times. And, cause she got pretty fat for a while. Y'all probably saw pictures of her. She was pretty fat, and I didn't want her to hurt her back. So I've been retraining her to eat regular dog food. And then instead of getting human food, she pretty much, the only human food I give her now is green beans. Because I read that green beans are safe for them. If you actually look at the bag of dog food I get her, the Purina Healthy Weight dog food, it's like diet dog food for her that I picked up. The doctor didn't recommend it, because the doctor would try to get you like a 5-pound bag that costs $40 or something for a dog, where they can survive on really anything, even gravy train crap, that stuff that people feed their dog, and the dog lives to be 18 years old just fine with no issues from the food, at least. But I make sure I give her something nice that at least tastes halfway decent, doesn't taste like sawdust to her, I hope. And she'll eat it. So she gets mid-quality food, good enough. And seems happy. She's not unhealthy or anything. She seems happy. I got her bed made up because she started for a while. Look, like I'll go in there in the morning to see her, because we don't sleep in the same room. She sleeps in her little blanket fortress that I've created for her, and I sleep in my room in my chair because I got back problems real bad. My lower back, mainly sciatica, real bad, and neck problems too. Where I think I got some type of nerve issue in my neck. So being in a bed is not exactly very easy, but so we worked through that. But I'll eventually get an X-ray for my neck. Been doing better lately, but if I lay the wrong way, it'll cause really bad headaches. And I have sciatica, which is really rough. And then I also have carpal tunnel and cubital tunnel. My entire body's falling apart, ain't it? I'm gonna die tomorrow. No. Just a lot of issues like that from being 36, Like if I sleep with my right elbow or even left elbow, usually right elbow is a lot worse. If I sleep with my right elbow bent, I'll wake up without feeling in my ring finger and my pinky until I stretch it out and stretch it out straight. But I lose all feeling and all ability to... Did I already do this level? Oh, there we go. I was replaying the level. I was too busy yapping. Yeah, I'll basically lose all function in those two fingers until I stretch my hand out, then it comes back. But I've already been diagnosed with carpal tunnel, medium, not severe yet, in both hands after doing that shock therapy thing. Well, shock testing thing, which was not very fun, by the way, but it didn't hurt, just wasn't fun. Just a little shocking, really. But it's come and gone. The carpal tunnel has. It's gotten better over time, but I plan on getting the surgery when it gets too bad, basically, and getting a proper surgery. But it doesn't go numb like it used to anymore, but not as bad for now, knock on wood. But cubital tunnel is a problem. And I got diagnosed with that, and basically the doctor just told me, keep your arm straight when you're laying down and don't sleep on your elbow like that, or otherwise it'll irritate it. But there's no real cure for it beyond surgery, which has a very rough recovery. That takes a while, and like your arm will basically be like in a cast where it would have to be like straight all the time and stuff. So I just follow his advice and try not to, but sometimes I'll forget her in the middle of the night. My hand will just go up like that and I don't think about it. And yeah, it's not painful. I'll say that it's not painful. It's just a little, you wake up and all of a sudden you realize, like, whoa. No, you don't realize that. Wake up and realize, whoa. You wake up and realize that you can't feel those two fingers and you can't move them either. I don't think I can move it. I'll let you know next time I do it. All right, this is straight up nightmare fuel because I hate yellow jackets. I think everybody hates yellow jackets. See, some people like wasps and like, oh, this one's not very, angry and that one's docile or whatever. No, everybody hates yellow jackets. They're the most angry. Like, like how people are scared of like rattlesnakes and stuff because, they think, oh, the rattlesnake will chase you and, get you or whatever. When most rattlesnakes are actually scared of you and, will actually try to slither away from you. Yellow jackets, if you don't know what they are, they're basically, they look like that. They're like yellow and black wasps, and they're very angry, and they're just angry just because they exist. Like if you get near them, they're gonna chase you down for very long distances. I think somebody on YouTube tested the theory to see how far a yellow jacket would chase you. It's like a football field. Like they will get you, and they live underground, and they're very angry, and they do not benefit mankind at all. People are like, well, it eats other bugs. Yeah, I'm wonderful. I'm sure that there's something else that eats it that doesn't chase you for a football field and try to kill you. But yes, a yellow jacket is a wasp, and they're very angry. To be honest, zingers are actually a lot more docile than a freaking real life yellow jacket is. See, the zinger, he's just kind of bouncing around, but he's not actively chasing you. Those things actually see you and it's like as a threat, like immediately. They don't run, they fight. I don't think there is another, I legit don't think there's another creature on Earth that is more aggressive than a freaking yellow jacket. Probably not even a tiger. See, a tiger will attack you because it's hungry. Yellow jacket attacks you because you exist. They just don't like you from the start. There is no, I'm hungry, that looks like food. No, it's like, look, something that's not me, and probably each other, honestly. How long is this boss fight? Could it be any longer? Like the game does, just like, hey, that final boss, he's not hard enough. Let's add like a freaking wall of wasps that just, hornets or whatever these things are supposed to be. Well, they're actually based on the Japanese murder hornet, as they call them here. They're not actually based on yellow jackets. They're based on murder hornets that do look like really big yellow jackets. And apparently the ones over there are not happy either. Like the European hornets here that we think are murder hornets are actually pretty docile and don't want anything to do with you. The ones over there apparently are pretty grumpy. Let's never talk about that boss fight ever again. Gorilla Glacier. I'm gonna have to look that up. I want to see if there's anything more angry than a yellow jacket. Okay, let's put it this way. This is how angry yellow jackets are. ChatGPT literally said that there's probably nothing on Earth more angry than a yellow jacket. It says yellow jackets, they're nature's version of try me MF or on Coca-Cola without the, cola part, with knives and wings. They get mad when you breathe wrong. You don't even have to be near the nest, just outside holding a soda, and suddenly you're in a boss fight. I swear to God. I don't know if ChatGPT just picks up on that I'm a kind of a funny, goofy guy, but it does come up with some pretty good lines like that. It's like, yeah, you'll be out there drinking a Coke, and next thing you know, you're in a boss fight. Just look up yellow jackets if you don't have them in your area. Just look it up on YouTube. Watch the guy that removes them. See, he gets those southern yellow jackets, which they're mean already, right? Southern yellow jackets are mean, but apparently there's one even worse than that. Or maybe the southern yellow jacket is the grouchiest, but there's one that I think it's European yellow jackets are mean, but southern yellow jackets are just rage filled, you know, 10 out of 10 angry just because you exist. And they don't lose their stinger. They bite you, and they can sting you, bite you. They're really fast. They come in really big groups. They don't care. They don't rip their stinger off. They can just keep stinging you over and over just because you exist, and they're grumpy. There is nobody that has yellow jackets as pets unless you're stupid. Same type of idiot that had a water moccasin as a freaking pet that time. That was so stupid. I'll tell you the story. I saw it. I don't know where he was from, but a water moccasin is what's also called a cottonmouth. It's the same thing, but for some reason in Virginia, they call them water moccasins here. And a water moccasin is a black snake that's not particularly grouchy, honestly. Most snakes aren't. But when it does fear, it'll open its mouth and it looks like cotton. It's like a really pink inside of its mouth. That's why they call it a cotton mouth, because it looks like, you know, cotton candy in its mouth. And, but here they call them water moccasins. I don't know why. Anyway, a water moccasin is a venomous snake. Don't say poisonous, because some of my audience will get upset about saying poisonous. No, it's a venomous snake, and it's not as bad as like a rattlesnake bite, but it's pretty bad. And, you know, we got them around here, and we got rat snakes and copperheads and stuff like that. So they're pretty, I wouldn't even say common. I haven't seen one in probably 10 years, but they exist. You know, if you're out there and work in the fields, you'll see them. But if you live in town, you're not going to see one probably ever, unless you're picking up old scrap. You might see one then, but otherwise, no, you're not gonna see it. But yeah, some idiot decided that he saw a water moccasin, and I guess he thought it was a black snake, which are pretty much harmless. They can bite you and it'll hurt, but they're not venomous. But they just eat rats and stuff, and they're good to have around if you do have black rat snakes. Those are usually black with the white belly is how you can tell the difference, but you shouldn't be messing with a wild snake regardless. But the idiot probably thought that he just found him a cool looking snake, and it was a water moccasin. Well, a water moccasin is pretty obvious, because when it opens its mouth, it's pink. And I'm sure at some point this snake opened its mouth at him. You know, because that's the first thing they do is they look up at you with their mouth wide open, showing its fangs and showing that cotton mouth. Well, this idiot decided to get one to just grab one probably from the wild. Well, it had to be, because no one sells them. Grab one from the wild and said, "Oh, look, I'm gonna have this, you know, snake or whatever, right?" And this idiot gets this snake, and it bit him in the face. And his face was all swollen up like the size of a freaking basketball. I'm just like, bro, what did you expect? Like, bro, what did you expect out of that? That is a water mock. That's like getting a rattlesnake and be like, why does it rattle? Why does it make all that racket when I get near it? Because it's a freaking rattlesnake. That's something y'all need to remember, is most animals, when they really say that they are more scared of you, they really are. They really are trying to get away from you. That they do not chase you. Very little in this world will chase you. An alligator isn't scared of you, I'm sure. Sure, crocodiles aren't either. They might be, I don't know. They're not scared of your dog. They might be scared of you somewhat, but I know snakes are pretty much scared of you universally. Most bugs are scared of you or want to avoid you. Because they don't know what you are. They figure that you're probably a predator. Since they don't know what you are, they probably figure that you're trying to eat them, so they try to get away. Even wolves, I think, are pretty apprehensive and don't want to be around you. I know coyotes are. Honestly, most animals just want to get away from you. If anything, they don't want to fight. Like I said, yellow jackets, they don't care. They want to fight. Like that's their main goal in life is to fight. And they're honestly, they are protecting their hive, sure. I don't know what they're protecting it from. Like, what would possibly want to eat a yellow jacket except for, well, now think about it, probably a chicken would eat them. A lot of those birds, chickens, and maybe even regular wild birds, probably. Chickens will eat anything. Like, legit, they'll eat anything. Chickens are gross. Pigs and chickens are both gross. They'll just eat, they'll legit eat anything. So if you hear about organic eggs or organic chickens or whatever, I don't know if chickens eat each other. I know pigs do. Pigs will eat anything that isn't moving. Or some things that are moving, like legit. Like they say, do not fall down in a pig pen. Because the pigs will straight up eat you. Like legit. Like they are scary. They ain't that Babe movie, that'll do pig, that'll do, that don't happen. At least the regular pigs do, like farm pigs, not like whatever Bliss from WWE has that hot belly or whatever, the little tiny ones that don't do all that. I'm guessing they don't. That was just my carpenter saying he'll try to get out here tomorrow to get that freezer out of here, because chest freezer died last night. It just popped, and I don't know if the compressor got screwed up or what, but it ended up thawing out the what little food I still had in there. I took most of it out and put it in the front fridge freezer combo, and I'm not going to get another chest freezer. I don't see a point. Because I'm only one guy, so I don't eat a ton of variety of food like Dad. And you know, when we got it, it was probably 15 years old, probably. Shout out to GE for being that durable. But yeah, it was when we had like literally an entire house full of kids. It was me, my sister, 3 step siblings, their kids, so that's another 2 or 3 people. Dad, stepmom. That made sense to have a chest freezer, but nowadays, I mean, you know, a lot of time it was where I just put the overage stuff that was just stuff I would just put in deep freeze and not even really eat it half the time, and it was just extra weight. But now I'm just gonna take that spot once we get rid of that thing, and gonna just take that spot and just make that Papa's feeding spot where I can put like her food and her water, and maybe if I can fit it, I'm gonna put one of her pee pads down that way, because she's getting a little older. She's not old, but you know, she's about to be 9 years old, so I want to keep her as comfortable as possible, and that's her bedroom, because she chose the laundry room to be her bedroom. But if I get rid of that freezer, which now I'm confirmed I'm going to, because it's broke, you know, it's not going to work. It's old. It's not worth anything. New chest freezer's like $200-300. So even if someone did put a new compressor on it, it probably wouldn't last much longer. I wouldn't trust it. The light on the front hasn't worked in years. There's no way to confirm it even gets power, so. Save right there. Yeah, but I'm fine with getting rid of it and just turning it into Papa's little feeding water, pad corner or whatever, for now. And if someone else ever, moves in or buys the house, they can put a chest freezer there if they want to buy one. If the carpenter wants to take it and fix it himself, he can do that. I mean, I'm not interested. I'm just interested in getting it out of my hair before it melts and causes some type of molding problem in there. That's the biggest thing I'm worried about, it condensating or getting the oil and the thing to leak out and screw up the floor or whatever. But if he wants to take it and do whatever he wants with it, that's on him. I'm going to pay him to take it out of here. Because there's no... Sorry, my throat's getting all screwed up. Because I've been talking for like 2 hours. Or 3 now because of this game. But, yeah, if I leave it in there, it's going to cause problems in the house. And my whole thing of being here until I buy the others out is... to basically maintain the property and make sure it doesn't, burn down. But that's my role here, is to handle the property itself, make sure it doesn't blow up, like, fix issues and repair it and, monitor it and all that. So the rest of them didn't want it. They didn't claim anything on it. So, I mean, they want cash for their shares, so I can own it 100%, which I'm happy to do because I want to own this house 100%, even if it's going to cost me a lot. Regardless, I still want this house in my name because I want to be able to have 100% control of it. I also want to be able to just have it, to know that no one else is going to move in and destroy it at any point. Yeah, I've been here for, I don't know, almost 30 years, probably more than 30 years actually. So I ain't planning to leave. And if they balk and want money, fine, sell it to me. I'm right here. Sell it to me. Just give me a number and I'll go get a mortgage and I'll get it out of your hair. Now that's what I'm going to do. I'm not going to be able to just buy it cash. But then if I do end up getting a mortgage, whenever that comes up and I got to get that mortgage, I might have to bring up memberships a lot more, or slow down my posting so I can actually afford it and get a real job, get a normal job. But I'm not against it at all. I just want the house in my name 100% because I don't like living in a house that someone else owns that could at any moment balk and say, you should do, I want this done, or I want this, or I want that, Which they haven't done that, but I want to be able to have 100% control where I know they can never do it. I'm willing to pay top dollar for that security. Top dollar. I'll take that back. Not top dollar. Depends on what top dollar means. I'm willing to pay for it. Let's just say that, because I don't know what the number is yet. But I'm willing to pay for it, and I've already made that clear what I was willing to pay for it. And that's between all of them to figure out what they want to do. when that time comes, we're waiting on things to be handled by the courts at the moment. So I'm going to shut up about that, but I do plan on buying this house. If everyone agrees, I'm more than willing to, do whatever they need done to have the house 100%. Because this is Dad's house. This is like the hub, This is not that type of hub, but it was like wherever, like, think about 30 plus years. I'm probably gonna just die in this house, honestly. I've lived in this house. I've raised dogs in this house. I've, had almost all my memories in this one room. Recorded everything I ever probably did, except for a couple of years worth of content. And honestly, once this house is paid off, I'm probably gonna go buy that house too. The other house I was living in before. If I ever get that type of financials ahead, I will. But right now it's not possible. But that's the end goal, is to get both houses in my name. This house and the one I used to live in back in 2016, 2017, because I loved that house too. So I wanted to get that one in my name too. I'm not a real estate guy. It's just I want those two houses just because sentimental value, and it's an asset, and I can use it to grow my wealth. Hopefully when I get into my 60s, can have them there as collateral if I need to like start another business or something. That's probably the biggest thing, is owning the house outright gives me the ability to use it as collateral to get loans for like other ventures, business stuff, That's the biggest thing, is it allows me to take that and start other things, move stuff around easier financially. So that's the goal. All right, so we got naughty again. Whoa, this is different. Way different. So that's naughty too. He's done. That wasn't that hard. We did do that again. Crim Croc Industries. Let's go, baby. Oil Drum Alley, or whatever this is called. But yeah, we'll handle that. We'll cross that bridge when we get there. That was just a carpenter asking how big it was, the freezer, so he knows if he needs to bring a hand truck or not. Or whatever he's going to need to move the thing. I told him it's not that heavy. It's just a matter of getting through that door. Because I was able to slide it. I almost got it out the door, but it was like I'm going to end up having to take the door off, and I need a second person to help me move that big beast. And get it through the front door, because I can't do it by myself, because I'm not two people. I can't pick it up and angle it, He's the one that I think of. Anytime something like this comes up, I immediately call him and just like, hey man, I need your help. And, he gets paid good. Whatever he asks, whatever his asking price is to handle it, I pay it, and that's all good. It's a huge help to me, because, Puppa, what is she going to do? She can't pick up the other side. She's a weenie. She's a weenie dog. She ain't that big. accidentally warped back into naughty stage again, but had to pause for a bit to get some lunch. I went and got a what do you call it? Cheesesteak sub. Shared it with Papa. She got a little bit of it, not too much, because I'm trying to get her to lose weight. And I'm trying to lose weight, so that'll probably be the only big meal of the day. I might just get a small thing later, if anything. But I just, I don't know. I was wanting something else. I eat chicken every single day, almost. Same type of chicken too, and it's like, I was just like, I want a burger. And I was like, no, I kind of want a cheesesteak. So it was only like a 6-inch cheesesteak from an Italian place with some fries that they make. So probably, I don't know, 800 to 1,000 calories, but not a big deal because I'm still staying under 2K anyway. That's my top limit for this trying to lose weight thing I'm doing is, well, the sugar is perfect. Like, I went from having pretty bad sugar issues, not like any damage, but, you know, the levels were pretty not good. Let's put it that way. And now they are pretty close to normal, honestly, and I haven't even lost a ton of weight. Lost about 20 pounds, but, you know, I would like to lose more than that, but sugar problems are at least sorted out for the most part, where the doctor is more than happy with the situation. But I want to fully get off sugar pills at some point. I should get in decent shape. Strangely enough, if you've seen the cowboy photo, the little drawing thing or whatever, that actually looks a lot more like me in real life than the AI sort of one. Basically, just the reason I even used that one you see on the thumbnails, it's not completely inaccurate. It's just the cowboy is basically like way like 1-to-1 what I looked like with long hair. Like, it just did not look any different at all at this point. But I mean, it was exact. But I told the thing, I'm just like, take the hat off, because it kept blocking the text of like game logos and stuff. And then it just did that AI sort of looking thing. And I was like, well, you know, I don't get on camera. It looks human. It doesn't get in the way. Maybe I'll eventually change it and you won't know what I'm talking about. But right now I'm just trying to really put out a large volume of content where I'm not exactly focused on being pretty man beyond just trying to have the thumbnails be there. But I'm probably going to change it soon, because the thumbnails aren't doing the greatest when it comes to CTR. The titles are not changing, but the thumbnails, I'll probably change that to something more accurate. But it's not wholly inaccurate, but it doesn't look unique like me, really, you know? I mean, nobody's complained about my looks before, and many women have thought I'm quite attractive. Not trying to brag at all, but I mean, I've had more than my fair share of women, you know, talk to me online especially, and I'm not some type of ladies man or trying to brag, but I'm just saying, you know, the picture is, I would say it's about 75% accurate. It doesn't have like the details of like my face as much as I'd like, but it was kind of just like it was like a last minute kind of hack job I was trying to do to get a thumbnail done, and then I just kept the template and just was too lazy to change it back to more accurate to the cowboy. So I'll probably do the cowboy without the hat and see if it can get me something accurate, because I mean, I could take a picture of myself, but I don't have the long hair, and that was like the big thing. You know, people love the long hair, and I'm trying to grow it back out, but I don't know. I don't like doing the face. I don't like even, I really don't like the whole, I don't want people to know exactly what I look like because I don't want to ever be noticed in public because I'm just not that type of guy, wanting to be noticed. But I want to basically get like a nice clean image where people are like, yeah, that's him. But not like not like super distinct like a Stephen King, I guess. I don't know. I'm just kind of weird. I don't plan on doing any real life events. The main reason I even put the face in the thumbnail, period, is everybody else does it. And it seems like if you don't do it, then people, for some reason, don't want to watch your stuff, even if you never show yourself. If I could get away with it, I would just be anonymous completely, but not how the internet works now, unfortunately, where you can't just be a faceless Let's Player. We got to see see what you look like, or face cams, and I don't want that sort of publicity. I don't want that sort of, I want people to enjoy the content and relax. I don't want them to ooh and ah if I'm, pretty or ugly to them, That's my big thing, is that it doesn't add anything to the product and it takes away, honestly, in my opinion. And I just don't feel comfortable on camera, and I haven't for many years. So I ain't trying to catfish nobody. If I do talk to somebody seriously, I mean, obviously I'll do a video call to verify, but I have no problem with that. But I just don't like being on camera, man. It makes me nervous. It makes me feel weird. It feels like people are like judging me and microscoping me or whatever, It's a lot easier just to sit here, lean back, not having to worry about, is this angle good? I was, gorgeous, like, I don't know what man you would think is gorgeous because I don't think about that, but man, if I look like Pierce Brosnan, let's just say the James Bond actor, sure I would do it, but I don't know. The last time I really got on camera was 2016, so any pictures you see of me that are not posted by me are literally at least 10 years old, and I don't even look anything like that anymore. I've aged, but I think I've aged in a good way where I don't, I think I've just aged in a good way. Like I kind of started out really not very decent looking, and at least I'm passable now, I'd say. I've been proudly with, dating wise, some beautiful women over the years, and appreciated them. And even though it didn't work out in the end, I can at least say that most of the ladies that I've been involved with were at least attractive to me. I didn't ever. Well, no, that's actually BS. I had to think about that. There was a couple of them. Wasn't exactly eating good, if you know what I mean. They probably were, but I wasn't at that time. But then again, I was also desperate and needed attention and was starved at that point, or just coming out of a relationship and made some sacrifices. But that hasn't really I haven't really settled or sacrificed my standards since I don't know, God, a long time ago. Probably I was like 18 or 19, I guess. I mean, because you don't date people that you don't find attractive. I didn't date those people. They were one night stands. That's why. But, yeah, you usually don't interact in that way with people you're not attracted to. But I will say that I've never ghosted anybody. That I can give myself that credit regardless, that I've never ghosted anybody. I've been ghosted many times, but I never ghosted anybody. If I was going to dump them, made sure to, put it out there and give good closure and not be a butthole about it. Just simply state that I was done with the situation. I wasn't going to come back, and that was it. So, Puff is already grumpy. She wants daddy time. So after this is done recording, time for a nice long snuggle with the prettiest girl in the whole wide world. At least prettiest dog. But I can hear her now. She's thinking, what do you mean, a dog? I'm the prettiest thing ever, dog or human. You sweet baby. You can go on the Discord and see pictures of her. She's just a plump, chonky, black. Just look up Weenie Dog and you'll see what she looks like. Just chonky Weenie Dog. Chonky female Weenie Dog. She's black all over. And she has a brown muzzle, and she has little brown chest pads or whatever you call them, little shoulder pads on the front of her shoulders, if you can call them shoulders. And she gets little brown feet, and I think her little feet are brown. I ain't never paid attention really. Whatever they are, just look her up. Just look it up or join the Discord and look in the pets thing. I put photos of her up all the time. She's famous. Little baby, she famous. She don't like being famous though. I take pictures of her and she looks away from the camera. She don't like cameras. Doesn't upset her. She doesn't mind you taking her picture. She just doesn't want you to take a picture of her face for some reason. I don't know why. Once in a while I can sneak a pretty face picture so you can see her eyes and all that. She's a pretty doggy. And sweet baby. Love daddy. A little bit apprehensive of strangers, but she loves daddy. Once she gets to know people, she loves them. And it's just a super sweet baby. She's a little bit suspicious of new people. I think some dogs just don't care, and other dogs mean, but Puppa is just really curious at first. Like, she'll definitely give you a sniffing, and then if you pass the check, she'll be sweet. Maybe a little bit distant at first, but once she knows you're not dangerous and you get close to her and interact with her some more, she'll be the sweetest little thing and miss you when you're gone and everything. That was stupid. Oh, that was stupid too. This level's definitely different from the original. That's for sure. It's similar, but it's definitely a lot different too. Like, this whole area wasn't in the original, I don't think. A different layout, I mean. I remember this jump. The leap of faith right there. Just pray you go. Well, actually, you know what? That's kind of a reference to Donkey Kong Jr. actually right here, if you think about it. I already played through that on the channel as well if you haven't seen it. But, yeah, the little platforms that go up and down the things and having to dodge different enemies and stuff. It's just giving me all sorts of trouble, isn't it? Are we finally at Basement Black? Of course we had to have this level come back. Oh God. I hate this level. I was hoping they would just skip this one. See, you can't even see the enemies coming. Like inch along and die kind of thing. Surprised he didn't make me just go straight and just fall, like have his platforms fall off. When I was younger, I'm sure I thought this level was awesome. Cool, you know. Nowadays, I think it's just kind of annoying more than anything. The music is still good, though. Nowhere near as good as the original, which was, you know, the thing was called Fear Factory or something. You can look up the, there's one by PPF, which is the channel name. And I swear it stands for Poop Poop Fart as his freaking name on the channel. But he does like these things where like does like these multi-instrumental remakes of the original songs of like games and stuff, and it's really, really awesome. Like down to like every little noise, like he has a little pipe set up with a little rubber thing to smack it to get sound effects and all that, and it's crazy like how detailed he gets about the stuff, but it sounds so good. Very strange. The name is very, very odd. Good Lord. All right, we're out of that level, finally. You know the whole rain sound thing came because of Donkey Kong Country's dance that he just did? Like the whole rain sound, fall asleep while I play thing happened because of that, because I was gonna make like fall asleep content, but it was more like gonna be, I don't know, general kind of use stuff, like where it wasn't necessarily just fall asleep. And I was thinking, you know, I was gonna do the fall asleep thing because Donkey Kong Country was just a tradition of doing it on the channel, regardless of what genre I was gonna do. Was I would play through the first two DK games, and this level's different too. But I was gonna do the DK games regardless, and the problem was every time you beat a level in this, they have this really loud celebration sound, like, you know, the you know, that, like, you can't skip it, or you can only skip half of it if you hit the right buttons or something, right? And I was just like, I don't want to have to edit all those out. So I was like, you know what? Sleep. Let's just replace it with rain. And then it ended up being a thing. Because you can see some of my content, the Oblivion stuff that had talking in it, was, wow, that was about as sketchy as a Hypersonic XL at King's Dominion in Richmond. Wherever it's at, somewhere up there, somewhere north of that. No, it's just, I was like, I gotta find a way to get around this where I don't have to edit out every single celebration. So I was lazy, as usual. So I gotta throw TNT at him. That's different too. In the original, you just had to dodge him and kill whatever he threw out at you. Didn't have to throw anything at him. That's different. I wonder what they're going to do to King K. Rool. Make him different. He's also a lot slower at dropping the enemies. Donkey can get him. Whoops. Pretty amazing that this game looks this good for a GBA title, especially. Armadillos. No, I think I screwed that up. That was it. The caverns, tanked up trouble. Never actually paid attention to the level now. Oh, this wonderful level that we all love, and we're so happy that they brought back in the remake. Not a terrible level. It's not very fun. It's an auto-scroller where if you miss one tank, rip. Oh, didn't even need to do it. Yes. It looks like. Got halfway through. And right after this world is King K. Rool, so. Oh no, please don't tell me I'm screwed. Oh, was so close. I was so close. Oh no, that was too much. Oh God, come on. Went way too long without saving. That's cruel. That is more cruel than K. Rool. Are you serious? Oh, that was so bad. I didn't just, bro. That was embarrassing. Yeah, I did it that time. That was embarrassing. That little ending right there. I like Rambi. I know someone said Rambi was bad in this game. They're like, bro, Rambi is basically Yoshi in this game, but like better. Because he's a rhino. I mean, it's a gorilla riding a rhino, bro. How can you get cooler than that? People are like, well, there's a human riding a dinosaur with Yoshi. Well, who cares? I mean, it's Rambi, bro. And especially in the second game where he can charge. We can do that charging thing, and we just sacrificed him just like we would Yoshi right there. Whoops. Move on. Desmanic Mencers. This is Misty Mines. I think I know this one. This one's not bad from what I remember. Just a Misty Mine, really. There's one where they do another one of these stupid turn off the lights things, and that's the one I'm thinking of. It's a real pain in the butt. Tell whoever manufactures these death barrels that make coral snakes and milk snakes or whatever to buzz off, and also buy me one so I can sell them for profit. That'd be an incredibly easy thing, selling people these milk snakes, even though they poison. To the one person that did buy when I kept telling her, do not get a snake, it is poison. It be poison. Got a truckload of snakes back here. Careful now, they be poison. They not up on you. You know that reference, you are God tier. They be poison. 1 minute you'll be sitting here a healthy young man. Next snap, you're dead meat. You want one for your boy? Stupid. Love that movie. Haven't even seen that movie fully, but I've seen clips and I love the clips. I'm gonna watch it during Christmas. That's your hint right there, Christmas. Oh God, here it is. Here's this turd of a stage. This is the one, probably the only bad stage in this entire game. It's another one of these, let's turn the lights off and make it where you can't see nothing stages. Wait, can I actually see pretty good in that? Lights were on and I did that. Wait, let's give it a second. I can still see. It's a little obscured and kind of washed out and ugly, but I mean, I can see decent enough to know where the moving platforms are versus the original game where I can see the tire too, so I can actually see what I'm doing for the most part. More of a matter of just making sure I don't get hit by nothing more than anything. This is a middle point. There is a crocodile that I just got hit by. About to get hit by the same crocodile, aren't I? Don't get overzealous here. Take it calm and careful. I'm so happy I'm never going to see you again, Neki. Or whatever you're called. Because you're not in the sequel. Ha 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 ha. And we're not coming back to DKC unless there's a remake. Because this is the only remake of this game. Honestly, it's more of a demake for handheld, so... Don't you do this. Don't you do this foolishness. It's one of these Donkey Kong things, whatever they are. That's the end of that. Platform Perils. Is this the other one that's... There is a platform under here. Where in the original game you couldn't see that. You couldn't see the little thing in the original. You had to basically walk on air and get lucky. This is, at least we don't have to worry about charging them up. So I'll give it that. It's not another one of those constantly having to look for fuel things. That was dumb. It was my fault regardless, but yeah, a little bit. That's just a mine music, okay. I don't know what I was expecting. The Beatles, Led Zeppelin, Sean Connery, and a tutu. Jesus. What was that movie where they put him in that ridiculous beach outfit or whatever it was? Get out of here, B. Pick that clubber. I figured there was going to be a club out there. Wait, what? Donkey can't beat him? It's one of those things. Oh, buh. Let's say that is buh. That's that level. Is there one more, or is it boss fight time? It's boss fight time. Necky's Revenge. 2 of them. All right, I'll take it. Sure, why not? Ah, come on. Donkey, work with me. All right, here we go. Gangplank Galleon, final boss. What do you do this time, this annoying King K. Rool? That's running a lot slower than you did in the first game. Oh, that was my bad. I've really King K. Rool, boss fights have never been really fun or entertaining at all. So if you've gotten this far, I appreciate you. Hopefully you come back and see me after this is done. By the way, he does have a thing where it's like a fake out ending. As you can see, credits. So seriously, memberships help a lot. I really need your help. For me to do this full time, we need to get the memberships going. I'm going to come with better perks for the way the channel is running now. So if you do have that extra $5 laying around and you want to support the channel, it's there. And you do get something for it. It's not just not trying to just, get your money just because I deserve, like some people do, but it really is a genuine fact that ad revenue is not really much of a thing in gaming, and you supporting your creators is the biggest one. So I think, yep, that's it. So seriously, I appreciate you watching. Got this far. If you fell asleep, good night. And if you're still here, please consider becoming a member. This is the end of Donkey Kong Country for the Game Boy. Appreciate you, and I'll see you in the next video. I don't think there's anything else, right? Is it just, yeah, it's just the same thing as before. All right, see you next time. Goodbye for now. In this video, I'm going to be playing Donkey Kong Country 2 for the Game Boy Advance while giving you soft commentary and rain sounds to hopefully help you fall asleep fast. I've already done the original. If you'd rather watch that version, you can find that on the channel, as well as the first game, which I've done the Game Boy Advance version and Super Nintendo version of that as well. So lots of Donkey Kong on the channel. Also, the NES games covered it all, so big fan of this series. But yeah, if you're watching the shorts version of this and want to see the long version, just click the bottom of your screen and it should take you to the long version where we can hang out and just relax, not take anything too seriously, just enjoy our time together. All right, let's get into this. I'm going to say something that's might be probably the most relatable thing you've ever heard. This game is ugly. This version is hideous. I was really taken aback by how ugly this particular version of this game is. The regular Super Nintendo version is really pretty for that era, but this one is just ugly. And I've tried so many times in so many different ways to make this look better. Like whether it was just recording at a lower resolution, smaller screen size, filters, shaders, ROM hacks. There's nothing I can do to make this thing remotely look any better. Just, this is as good as it'll possibly ever look. If that's a turn off, then the original is on the channel, and I will probably just link that in the description for all these GBA and Super Nintendo versions, so I could just because I don't boilerplate descriptions anymore, mainly because I have the chapters and all that. So if you have there's timestamps in the description if you want to skip to a certain level or certain world. Like if you just are tired of the first couple worlds, you can skip ahead in the video. It's all down there for you. But we're just gonna relax and play through this entire game, as I've done many times before, at least the Super Nintendo version. This one does have some differences, which you'll want to stay and watch for. And I'm excited to see what they are, because I know that the remakes, well, demake for this, really, they had some additions, just some change ups like they all did. And I remember, well, not long ago, maybe a few days ago, I played through the first Donkey Kong Country on the GBA to get that for the channel, and I had a lot of fun with it, and it looks pretty decent. It was nowhere near as bad as this one's gonna kind of look for at least the first world. So if you can handle that, I appreciate it, and I promise that I'll not harp on it the entire time, but I just wanted to put that out there, that I really think if you're gonna pick a version to play of this game, this is easily the worst. Graphically, control wise, feels perfect. It might feel as good or better than the original, but it's just, back then, I don't know if you knew this or not, the GBA did not have a backlight. So when you were playing your game, there was no light behind the screen, and it was basically like you were kind of looking at a very dark screen. And what they would have to do is they would have to basically, that was almost amazing. I almost got the warp, almost rolled right into that warp like a speedrunner would. But I think who's the runner? Void, I think, or Void, Vooid, I think his name is. You can look up his runs on YouTube. Cool dude. I've hung out in his chat a few times in the past. If you're looking for a speed runner that's really good at this, Void. I think there's one name like New Age, like New Retro Hippie or something. I can't remember. Void is like the main one, or Void. I think it's Vooid. But he's really good and seems laid back. But I'm not a speedrun channel by any means. But I do watch them a lot and like to promote the ones that I do enjoy watching. That way they get the credit they deserve for the hard work they put in, you know? So that's the big thing for me. Oh, how do you jump off of it? All right, so L. I will give this game one thing. It's not looking too bad now. The first level was really bad. But now I guess my eyes are adjusting and it actually looks okay for what it is. Yeah, that doesn't look bad. Just that first level, good God, that was awful. Anyway, I said I wasn't going to keep doing that. Whoops, lost a Kong there. I'll take these extra lives though. Pop him out of the way and move on to the next level. Go into the Crow's Nest, our first boss fight. Yeah, this doesn't look bad. Well, for what it is, you know, this is a Game Boy Advance title, not a Super Nintendo title. You know, this came out in probably like 2002 or 2003 on a handheld that had no backlights. They had to do this stuff like, you know, wash out the colors and make stuff super bright and, you know, almost piercing to the eyes because, you know, otherwise you wouldn't be able to see it. And I don't know why they never put a backlight on their console until the SP. I never understood, and also I would have thought they would have never done that after the first Game Boy, and you know, the fact that it was, you know, an issue even then. There's plenty of third-party tools that were like little lights you could strap onto your Game Boy. Use that to be able to see your game. So far, this is the same boss fight as. I actually like that note, like the bird dies, and then his ghost flies away. I kind of like that because then you fight the ghost version of him later. That's a neat little touch. All right, Hothead Bob. Yeah, this actually looks a lot better now. I like it. A little scratchy, but for what it is, it's nice. But the first game did change up some of the levels, core designs and all that. Like they, not huge differences, but enough to make it worth, you know, actually exploring. And this one I can already tell is going to have some small differences. I've played that game enough to know that there's already some new stuff in these levels that I've been playing. I don't remember that third crocodile being there, and I don't remember this jump either. They probably remixed the difficulty a little bit. I wouldn't mind seeing a modern, what do you call it? Like remake version for like the Switch 2 of these games. Since I believe, Nintendo got, what was it? Did Nintendo get Rare back? Is that what it was? I think Nintendo rather got Rare back, or they got like the property for like Banjo-Kazooie or something where they can do stuff with that again at some point. I can't remember, but something happened where I think Microsoft and Nintendo rather had an agreement or had a sale or something where they could do this stuff again. And I think they were going to re-release Banjo-Kazooie on a console or something on Switch. I think. I just remember hearing something to those lines. I was like, that's kind of neat. Yeah, this is definitely different than the original. It's almost like they took the same level and they added some small differences. I do need to redo the timestamps for the other DK games, because at first I wasn't really doing timestamps enough, and if I was, they weren't very detailed, and I just decided that I wanted to be more detailed because I have to compete against every other channel on the platform for these particular games. At least you know that warp is there. Gaming's hard, man. Gaming is a hard genre. Probably one of the hardest to break into, in my opinion. In my past experience, it was a lot harder. Lava Lagoon, there's whoa, 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 whoa. What on earth? What, wait. What is that? I'm sorry. I didn't mean to do that. Like, since when does the water come up like that? In that level? That's definitely different. It's actually kind of annoying, because I think the warp is like right there. Okay, I'm just a little stunned by that, actually. That actually really caught me off guard, and my brain's just kind of like, wait, what? Definitely a difference there. Let's see. So he just still makes the water just cool enough to use. To get into. Oh, there it is right there. Okay. Maybe it did go up a little bit in the original. I don't remember. But I don't remember going like that in the past. Never had that happen to me, but go past that little guitar solo thing. Move on to this stage right here, which is Hothead Ride, I think, which is the worst stage in my opinion. I hate this stage. I'm really hoping the warp is where it was before. Oh, there it is. Good. Good. Happy that it's there, because I hate that stage. It's so slow. And it's so slow, and it's just so many tight spots that are just not the most fun to deal with, honestly. I think that was a little too obvious. Cleaver's Kiln. This gonna be the same as the original? Pretty much. Except he's much slower. I don't know why he's that slow. Like this, maybe Cleaver just got old. I don't know. Maybe. Screwed up. Now he's gonna go down and do his second form thing where he just, comes out of the lava and tries to stab you now. I just Hassan chopping, to quote Looney Tunes. Up. Nope. He is on my butt right now. I'm not. I got out of it, but I think he's done. Yeah. Take that coin. This world 2 done. Don't skip that. I don't care what Frankie has to say. Crimquay. The one world that I have never, well, I don't know about never. I think as a kid I loved this level in this world. I thought it was so cool, but as an adult, I don't know. There's a couple levels in Crimquay that just really annoy me. Sure what the yellow feathers are for, but so if you like these videos and you are still awake, please like and subscribe. Consider becoming a member, because that's going to be the main way I can monetize this channel, because gaming content is not a big view bringer, whatever you want to call it. So I am actually selling exclusive, if I could talk, exclusive videos where it's a bit more, I don't want to use the word intimate, but it's more, it's not that. I'm not doing that type of content, like, the dirty content, but it's just more personalized, I guess, where it's like, it's about, instead of just fall asleep while I play Game X, it's sort of like, anxiety relief, listen to this to help your anxiety. Listen to this to help your loneliness, your depression. Just stuff that gives you like that human warmth, I guess. And I guess you could think of that as intimate, but it's not intimate in a way that's perverted or creepy, or I can't say the word on YouTube because monetization, but let's just say it's not bedroom stuff. Let's just say that it's not anything like that. That's NSFW. It's 100% safe. If you get turned on by it, that's on you. It's not meant for that. How about that? How about that explanation? But it's more purpose driven for particular things that you might need it for: depression, anxiety attacks, panic attacks, stuff like that. I'm selling those for $10 per month to get access to those. And I'm gonna be making more of them, but right now I'm still focused on the gaming thing. But that's gonna be a big part of it. Is that because that's how you have to make it on YouTube. Got to do what you got to do. I forgot to save my keybinds, so that was about to be a big mistake. There we go, that's better. Set it up like a Super Nintendo would be, with the square button becomes the Y, or the B button. That's how I set it up all the time, because that's how I learned to play games, was on the Super Nintendo controller. That was always the tip of my thumb would be on the Y button, and it would just kind of anchor there and hold it down, because that's how you run in Mario and even this game, really. So I would just have my finger anchored on it, and I've always had it for pretty much every game because of that memory, muscle memory. So when I play NES games, instead of having my fingers horizontal, I actually have them like diagonal, basically, where the B button will become, I'll basically turn my NES B becomes a Super Nintendo Y, or a PlayStation Square, and my Super Nintendo B becomes the NES's A. That makes sense. So basically, if you were looking at a PlayStation controller, let's just say, your square button would be my Y on Super Nintendo, my my B on an NES game, and my A would be the X. Just grab a controller. It's basically the left button ends up being the run button, and then the jump button is the bottom of the buttons. Actually, on this one, I think this one might be set up like an actual Xbox, where B is the right one, Y is the top one, X is the left one, and A is the bottom. Still not used to that. I don't know if I'll ever be used to it, to be honest. I think I'll always think of every controller as whether a Super Nintendo controller or a PS2 controller. Because that's where I think they got the perfect hand positioning, really, was the Super Nintendo controller. Now, sometimes I use a USB one, a USB Super Nintendo controller from 8-Bit Do. I was about to say Retrobit, but I don't know if they do stuff, but pretty sure it's 8-Bit Do is what I use sometimes. I want that controller. Right now I'm using my Logitech F310, which is my favorite. Is the one I'm usually using, which is $15 on Amazon. I should probably just sell it in my description. I get 4% off your $15, meaning I'll make maybe 30 cents per sale. Be pitiful, but 30 cents is 30 cents. If I was trying to really sell you something more expensive, I'd say my microphone setup, which is a lot more expensive. $600 for this setup. $400 microphone, the SM7B, and the $200 Lewitt Connect interface that replaced my $150 Elgato wavelength, and it's much, much better. So if you're on the fence about it, I'm going to say buy once, cry once on Lewitt. It really is a lot better than the Elgato was. It doesn't have the gain issues that Elgato had. It doesn't have the driver issues that came along with Elgato's garbage. I really am calling it garbage because it is. It's the same company that makes Corsair products. Corsair owns them, and Corsair is another crappy company that, you know, will be like trying to call a McDonald's hamburger, you know, fine dining, you know. They're the McDonald's of PC gaming. And the stuff will work, but it's usually overpriced and not worth what you're paying. It doesn't last that long. And the quality is really low, even though the name is big, you know. It really is a good way to explain Corsair. They basically are they're the McDonald's of PC gaming, which is not a good thing. I've had nothing but trouble with Corsair everything. Their power supplies have never worked. I've had so many come in and none of them ever turned on. You know, their Elgato stuff is crap. This level is crap. I'm just not. When I found out that Elgato and Corsair were now the same company, I'm like, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. No wonder it went downhill right into the toilet after. If you don't want to use the Lewitt, which I think is the perfect microphone preamp, I don't think there's anything remotely close. Because I could literally yell into my microphone like full blast right now, full gain, full blast, scream my head off like I want to kill somebody, and it would not distort at all. Like the wave, the distortion anti-clip thing in there is just gorgeous. Like I've had instances where I think something was rubbing up against the interface on my entertainment center where it's plugged up, and it would make my gain go all the way up accidentally, and I wouldn't know about it. So some of the recordings that sound extra warm and hot are because of that quote unquote bug, but because Lewitt's so good, the recordings didn't come out all clipped and screwed up and ugly sounding. They just sounded really, really warm, you know, almost too warm, which you probably wouldn't be able to tell on on your PC. I mean, on your PC speakers, your phone, tablet, you know, TV, whatever, but I can hear it on my speakers because I use I wouldn't say expensive, well, they are expensive, but good quality JBL speakers that are designed to be the most accurate possible. But then the problem is, yeah, it's accurate to those speakers, even though they're a flat frequency response. So then you end up having the issue of what is this going to sound like on a phone? And I can't have an iPhone, an Android, you know, whatever, everybody's phone to see what sounds good. When really, that should be the determining factor of a good sound is what does it sound like on your phone, not what does it sound like through your expensive speakers. Because based on my analytics, I think 90% of you are listening on your phone, or maybe more. So the minute things that I hear through my speakers that I nitpick about when I'm engineering the audio, you know, setting up the levels and mixing it all together and stuff for the final product, and you know, all that of all these videos, which takes a little bit of time. It's kind of tricky, honestly, and I'm very picky about my audio levels and how stuff sounds, and if it doesn't sound right to me, I'll scrap the entire video and, you know, re-edit the entire thing, even if the render takes hours, which it doesn't now, but it used to. because I am just audio nutcase. Not an audio file. I'm just an audio head case where, you know, beauty influencers are like probably crazy about their looks. You know, that's their thing, is their looks. And because I don't get on camera, at all, the only thing I have for you is my sound and the visual quality of the video. I have to make up for the fact that I'm not, you know, a pretty girl on the video. That's why I'm so, you know, obsessive with my audio and having to buy expensive speakers, you know, expensive graphics cards, expensive setups and mixers and interfaces and microphones and all this other stuff that would just, you know, without it, I would go crazy because I'd be trying to nitpick and perfect the sound with imperfect equipment. And trust me, I tried to avoid the SM7B because a $400 microphone, and I had a $20 microphone that sounded pretty good, you know, for YouTube, but it didn't do what I needed it to, which is sound good at any angle and also be set and forget. There was a lot of setting every time you used it. With this, I don't have to worry. I don't have to think about it at all. I don't have to think about what direction or what angle, what distance. I don't have to worry about, you know, pop filter materials. I ain't gonna worry about none of that. And that's what you pay for when you buy an SM7B. That's why everybody has one. It's not that it's the prettiest sounding microphone out of the box, because it sounds like every other microphone. It's because it's engineered in a way to make it the least it's because, number one, it sounds good to start with, but it's also because it is it's the most forgiving on the majority of voices. So some microphones, like the RA320 is a good example, is an incredibly thin microphone. So if you had a super deep voice and you wanted to get like a thinner sort of, you know, less muffled sound, it's crystal clear, but it does not have any warmth to it at all. It's very almost tinny. That's why I sold mine. I never really used it. I didn't like that tinny, not deep and, you know, comfortable, you know, slipping into a warm bath voice that I do now for this show, where it's a lot smoother and nicer to listen to. But SM7B is the same microphone as an SM58 or an SM57. Same microphone. It just has a different build out. So why do you pay more? Because it's foolproof. That's why. It is a build type that you can't screw up. You don't have to think about the SM7B, you know, when you're talking to a guest. Like, you don't have to explain mic placement and talking directly into it, or having to, you know, fiddle around with the mic to get the perfect sound. You just literally point it at the person. They talk into it, and they don't need to know anything about microphones for it to sound good. There's no big engineering setup and having to, you know, go through a bunch of nonsense to try to make it, you know, sound correct. And it's a sound that's been engineered over the years to be the most pleasant sounding on most voices. And if you have a thin voice, it's very warm, meaning it's very bassy. So it adds a lot of nice frequencies to it that people like to hear. So if you have a thin voice, it's great. If you have a thick voice, it's good too, but you might have to EQ out a little bit of the low end Might have to just use a little bit of EQ to not make it too cloudy. When I first got an SM7B, I actually had one before this one. And honestly, I hated it because I didn't understand how to use it. So I sold it. And then I bought another one just saying, you know what? I'm just gonna get one and see if I can make it work. And then that's when somehow it just dawned on me how to make it work for me. And I just would never use another microphone. I just don't see a point. It's expensive, but it's expensive for a reason. It's because it's like, why is a Fender Stratocaster expensive? Because it's an amazing guitar that works for a lot of stuff. All right. Wait. Guess we got past it. It must have been on the previous recording session. I was a little confused there. I'm like, where's that stupid rattle battle thing that sucks that I've always complained about and every time I played through this game? Dude, he's really getting on my nerves in this one. Like, he's nowhere near this much of a pain in the butt in the other game. I can't imagine playing the, like, he didn't do it like, he wasn't doing that in the original, where he would jump actually towards where you were. He didn't do that at all. Which I think is kind of stupid for this, for like the handheld versions of this. Because if this was a proper remake, where it wasn't, you know, on a Game Boy Advance or whatever, I could understand it. But like, you gotta also include the fact that this was on a tiny screen that was not backlit. Frankie, of course, just shows up at the last second to say, "Hey, well, you did that. Well, let me grab your banana." That kind of thing. A cornered hole. I'm just going to turn that volume back down because that's a terrible rendition of the Hornet song. Even though the level looks pretty decent for a GBA game. Don't make me lose my spider immediately. What? I don't remember this. A little bonus area. That's kind of nice. Just bananas, though. I mean, is that where the DK coin is, or? Oh, there it is. Yeah. I've gotten 2 out of 60 something. Holy crap! Like I've gotten basically none of them. Oh, well, spider's gone. Probably gonna have to be gone anyway at this point. I like those little bees in the background that kind of look around like, you really thought it was a good idea coming in here, bro? Like, you know this is a hornet's nest, right? We also know that hornets don't make honey. Even if their name does sound like honey, it's a hornet. It's a completely different thing. Hornets and wasps do not make honey. The zingers are actually, I get it. I'm being a little goofy right there, but I'm just joking really, but no, hornets do not make honey. Monkeys don't eat bananas. Yeah, I said it. They don't. I looked it up. I looked it up during the DKC Game Boy Advance one. Monkeys and gorillas do not actually seek out bananas. Not in the wild and not on the, unless the only time they eat them is if people give it to them in a zoo. But in the wild, monkeys do not seek out bananas. I'm not sure if it's true or not, but I think they said bananas are actually kind of not a thing in the wild anyway. Or not really. It's more of a plantation thing. I'm sure that there's banana trees out there somewhere. But either way, well, another thing I started thinking about, like, well, monkeys are usually in the jungle, aren't they? Like, in the jungle, usually like like when I think bananas, I don't think jungle. I think like Cuba, or Mexico, somewhere tropic, hot. Maybe somewhere in South America, like Colombia or something. I don't think of, you're walking along the jungle with jaguars and all that stuff trying to eat you, and all of a sudden, banana tree. What was interesting was ChatGPT also said that if a monkey in the wild, or a gorilla in the wild at least, came across a banana tree, they most likely wouldn't even eat the fruit, unless it was offered to them by a human, that they would probably just eat the leaves off of it and the stems and all that, like all the stuff that's not the fruit. They'd probably eat that, which was interesting to me. I thought they would have loved that in the wild, but apparently not. And it doesn't make them sick or nothing. They can eat them, and people will hand it to them in the zoo, but it's like it's not a natural, it's not a wild thing. Like in the wild, outside of zoos, they don't eat them. Or don't seek them out, at least. Not part of their natural diet. I think this game might have been part of why people thought gorillas love bananas, because the whole, DK games. Probably where I thought of it, honestly. I think it's where everybody thought of it. Also, apparently they're herbivores. I didn't know that either. I've never thought about a monkey catching a fish. Or, or hunting a wild thing to kill. I never thought about that. Oh, there's all different types, but I'm talking about gorillas, because that's what this game is. The Kongs, based on King Kong, the giant gorilla monster from Universal back in the day. Back when monster movies were like a huge thing, which they still are, kinda. Monster movies have evolved a bit. They're like dinosaurs more, like, the Jurassic dinosaur, not dinosaur. Dinosaurs. Or the more modern monster movie, I guess. There's actually an incredibly well done video essay by an old friend of mine, Sargon of Akkad, who I haven't spoken to in many years, but, we're at least on okay terms as far as I know, unless he hates me for some reason now. Where he talked about Jurassic Park and how Jurassic World was a betrayal of the Jurassic Park theme. Like how it's just not, it betrays what Michael Crichton was trying to do, and how, sure, he'll take his kids to go see it, but when it comes to the actual story itself, it's awful. It doesn't continue the legacy of the original at all, really, because the original was not a monster movie, and neither was the book. I think he might have missed a few small points. Like there's one point I think I should have commented and said, "Sorry, God, come on, brother, you didn't you forgot that one part in the book." He said that John Hammond. I know this is such a weird topic to jump off onto. He said he didn't say in the book, but he said John Hammond in the Jurassic Park story, overall movie and book, was not a greedy capitalist. That, you know, he was, you know, the soft, caring old man from the movie. But it was such a small nitpick for me. And I didn't want to say anything to him about it. And I doubt he'll ever hear about it. But that one thing, like I was listening to him, like, wait, what? I just kind of was like, wait, what, bro, no. He was a very, very greedy man in the book. And I know you read the book because you said what happened to him at the end, which was not even close to what happened in the movie. So I know you read the book. By the way, the book is a billion times better. I know it's where, oh, the book is better, you know, oh, I don't believe that. No, the book is better. It's a lot better. It's better, period. Better, has more action, more gore, more scary scenes, more atmosphere, more everything. The book was written, that thing is just, there's no way to describe how good that book is without just you going and buying it. It's that good. Like the movie looks terrible by comparison. The only thing better about the movie is the fact you can see the dinosaur, like, you know, with your eyes. But everything else is better in the book by a lot. Just an entire huge extra scenes, you know, crazy backstories and side stories, and you know, all these huge action scenes and stuff they didn't put in the movie for some reason, stuff that showed up in Jurassic Park 2, 3, World, that all pulled from the first book. Like, they kind of butchered it. They just kind of butchered it, honestly. They left out so much, and it's not like Stephen King's It, where, you know, there was a lot that you could leave out. And the book, you know, the story remained the same. Because that book was so dense full of bull crap. I was about to say the actual bad word. No, that book was so full of crap that it was not worth listening to. It was horrible. Now, I was actually thinking about listening to The Stand audiobook, which I'm fine with audiobooks, by the way. I actually encourage them. I even have some of my own that I wrote the book and it was, you know, narrated. All of mine are on Audible now. If you look up Johnny Fox, you'll find them on Audible now. But The Stand, when I was listening to The Stand, it was just written better, you know? I feel like King set the table, right? And he did my favorite personal story now that I've heard is The Mist. I thought that was incredible. I loved it. I loved every second of that book. I really did. I thought that was just so awesome. I'm not even a Lovecraftian type guy, because I've never read any Lovecraft, I don't think. But so I don't know about the whole Cthulhu thing and all that, but I just know that The Mist was just so good. It was written so well. And I'm like, dude, if Stephen King wrote like that in all of his books, I would be like the biggest fan ever. Like I'll be a mega fan if everything he wrote was in the same style, pacing that he did for The Mist, where it wasn't a bunch of endless chapters of really boring scenes that had nothing to do about anything, you know. And the problem was, I don't know if it was because of the stuff that he was on when he wrote It, because I thought It would be like the best one, because I loved the movie, and I just thought it'd be awesome, you know. Shapeshifter monster in Maine, I mean, you know, Crazy Town and all that, but he had just so much BS in it, and I finally came to the realization that it was a book that was about 600 or 700 pages too much. Like the first 3/4 of the book are not even in the movie, and they didn't have to be and shouldn't have been in the movie. They weren't, because it was just a lot of mundane kitchen sink, boring, nonsensical, completely pointless stalling is what it was. It was stalling. Like he didn't write that because it needed to be there. He wrote it because he wanted the book to be long. His editor must have been on the, I guess like back then, maybe they got paid per word or paid per page or something. But he had diarrhea of the typewriter so bad that none of it was worth reading. In that particular book, it was just brutal how long and pointless a lot of those scenes were. I think I tapped out before I even got to, like, you know, any of the stuff in the movie. It got that bad. I just kept going and going and going, and then I realized from the table of contents that all the movie stuff came like at the very end of the book. It's like he wrote all this stuff, and then, like, you know, he just decided, yeah, sure, whatever. I'll just throw the, you know, oh yeah, I have a book I need to actually write. And then he just kind of speed ran the last quarter of it, you know, with, you know, stuff you want to see from the movie is barely explained and barely gone into. But, you know, all about Stan's wife and how they don't like him because she's not Jewish or something. I don't know. It was some long tangent about Jewish people not wanting to be with non-Jews or something. I don't know. It was a bunch of I don't know anything about that. But it was just a bunch of unnecessary garbage. Like he took the scene of Stan. That's the one I've always pointed at about it, was he took the scene from the movie Stan, which was, you know, if you think about it, it's an incredibly, you know, awful to think about seeing, especially if you're attached to that character, what happens to him. And he basically gave it maybe a paragraph or maybe less. I was like, why'd you do so little description, so little anything, but you just went on like a 20-page tangent about nothing leading up to this just to stall. Like, it goes from, like, you know, wife watching Wheel of Fortune or whatever, and then it's like 20 pages of backstory about their marriage and how it wasn't going too well and how the in-laws didn't like her because she wasn't Jewish and all this other stuff, and it just kept going on and on about the failed businesses they had and just all this stuff. And it's like, bro, he's literally dead at the end of this tangent. Why are you doing this? Why do I need to read 30 pages of his backstory and then he dies, by the way? Then we move on and forget about him. It's never brought up again. I mean, maybe it was the drugs. Maybe he was getting carried away with his tangents and couldn't stand to rip at him out. But then yet he tells people, you know, don't use adverbs, you know, Joe don't tell. It's like, bro, you told way too much. Like, all you did in it was tell the entire time. Like, the amount of plot dumping and exposition and info dumps was just bro. Like, that's the problem with that book. The movie was great because they were smart enough to cut out the stuff that didn't need to be there. Even though I still think the movies aren't good enough. We just need someone to make like a mini series. And I know the original It movie was the mini series, but I mean someone to actually make a proper mini series, like an HBO sort of thing. And like a couple of seasons of that. Then they'd end up screwing it up and adding a bunch of, oh, well, season 1 was so good, let's add a bunch of crap that King didn't even put in there. And it involved these plot lines and, you know, stuff and screw it all up. That guy is just a little butthole, isn't he? Well, nice bringing that on me just out of nowhere, bro. Appreciate that. The giant freaking bee out of nowhere. That my biggest fear is probably any yellow jacket nest ever. Get us out of the stage when we die. Okay, go to King's Ing Sting, right? Mudhole Marsh. That's Bambi Rumble. Here it is. King's Ing Sting, right? Let's hope this isn't as hard as it is in the original. A lot slower, that's for sure. He's way slower than before. Yeah, he's way slower than before. No, he's not as bad as he was in the Super Nintendo game where he was super fast. What the problem was, he was ridiculously fast. There it is. There's King's Ing Sting. Alright, let's see if they butchered this song or not. Give me a second. Ew, God, ew, ew. Bro, I'd rather spend an entire day listening to Andy Ditch talk about his frickin' diapers than listen to that for another 2 seconds. That was hideous. Ew, God, ew. Just look at Forest Interlude GBA. It is so ugly. Oh my God. song is so ugly the freaking deaf people would be begging to be more deaf. I don't know. It's just, holy crap, that's just ew. I've never said that about a song ever, any song, period. No matter how bubblegum, the only other song I can think of that maybe this gives me that ew feeling is probably Barbie Girl, but even that, God, that sounds awful. Let's just say this is a bad port. This is a terrible port. I don't know what they were thinking. The graphics ugly, music ugly, you know, they didn't change a lot. They probably just kind of phoned this one in, really. It's just, I mean, that's just an insult. That song is just an insult. That is just gross. That is disgusting. Now you're gonna look it up, probably. Now, I'll save you the time. Just listen for a second. It's nasty. Just listen to this. I don't know if you can hear it or not. Give me a second. I'm trying to have OBS and this open at the same time. There you go. God, that's ugly. That is ugly. That is ugly. UGLY ugly. Y'all remember that song? This song, that song is ugly. Song's so ugly it makes blind kids cry. That is ugly. Stole that joke from GTA, by the way. I didn't make that up. I'm not that mean. But seriously, good God. It's so scratchy and tinny. It just sounds like it was played out of the world's worst child's toy. Like, seriously, the original on Super Nintendo is so lush and vibrant, even though it's for it's supposed to be sad and haunting stage. It's so lush and vibrant and pretty and just layered and has like a great atmosphere to it. I'll play the original. Hold on, listen to this. I'll play the original so you can hear what I mean. It's disgusting what they did to this beautiful masterpiece of a song that is criminally underlooked, by the way. Underlooked? Overlooked. Whatever. People don't talk about it enough. They all talk about Stickerbush Symphony or Aquatic Ambience. Forest Interlude is perfection. I'm shocked. I'm shocked that David Wise let that pass. If he had something to do with it, I'm shocked from that too. I know I said I hate auto scrollers, and I still do, but um, this game is one of the very few that I'm actually good with the auto scrollers because they actually add something that's unique. It's not just a let's slow down the level just to make you slow down the level. You know, this one's there's an actual incentive to have it at this pace. You know, there's some conflict there. There's a reason that it's going this pace. Are you serious? What is with that noise? I'm happy you can't hear it. It's like this incredibly shrill spring noise. It's like they wanted this game to be bad or something. Like the sound design is awful. The level design is mostly the same. With some different spots, I think. But the sound design and graphic design is hideous. And I don't know why they did that because DKC1 sounded and looked perfect to the GBA. Like there was nothing wrong with the first game. Yeah, it was a little washed out, but it was a GBA game. I didn't expect it to be, you know, freaking masterpiece like 4K or anything, but can you jump on these? Yeah, okay. Get rid of this stupid snake. This thing's never been nothing but trouble. Every level he's in, we're about to get rid of him anyway. Level's done. That level is done. The parachute thing, the parrot, yeah, the parrot that can't go up. This is another quote-unquote auto-scroller, even though I could technically jump down and, you know, take my chances, or if I knew exactly where every bee was, you know, like the runners do, that I'd be able to just skip all this probably. You can also hold down and go faster. Try to make it more challenging. Apparently you can get the regular bird at some point because of that. I'm actually pulling down just to add a little bit of difficulty to this, honestly. And I'm proud of myself. I got a lot accomplished today, actually. Got a new AC put in, even though I had someone do it for me because it's a pain in the butt, that spot, but they got it in. It's working. Not, you know, pushing out all that nasty into the room anymore like the other one was. Sold a guitar. Made a video on WWE. The WWE WrestleFest video, WWF WrestleFest video. Played through that game. Doing this and getting really good time on it. Took care of some, different stuff uptown. Found out my pharmacy shutting down, which sucks. I've been going there my entire life, and all of a sudden I just see a post on the door saying, "We're shutting down in 30 days. And it's like, and then I just walked in there. I just saw like the shelves were just kind of being, slowly emptied. There were so many holes in the shelf, they were never going to be stocked again because they're shutting down. And I don't know. It kind of made me a little bit sad. That's the drugstore I went to for all those years as a kid, and the one Dad went to, and all those times I went in there to pick up prescriptions when I was sick with like cold or flu or whatever. This feels kind of miserable where stuff you grew up with, stuff that you thought would never go away is going to go away now. It's going to, it's never coming back. I looked it up and I'm like, asked ChatGPT and said, well, I mean, if they shut down, no one's going to buy it. Is someone else going to open a pharmacy there eventually, try again, and they're like, no, not really. Most likely not. Once the pharmacy dies and everybody moves to another new pharmacy, wherever they go, that's pretty much it. There's really no customer base there. Once they've sold the client list to another pharmacy, RIP, there is no future pharmacy in that building or that area. Unless they want to have to build up again and, have to get all those doctors to transfer the prescriptions, the new ones. So really, it's just unrealistic for them to ever open another pharmacy right there, or in this town even. Oh God, I can't imagine working at that other one though. The one that's sending everything to. They're probably just pulling their hair out, just like, bro, we just had double the amount of stuff going on. We already have, this amount of workload, and now we got to do double. And there's only one pharmacist back here because the place is like a hole in the wall. Going from a full store to like a hole in the wall pharmacy that you could barely call a pharmacy. I think I just get my stuff transferred to Walmart or Amazon. I go to both enough where I probably could save money on the drugs anyway. The only thing that would suck is if I had to get it, I was getting a treatment for that day and I had to wait until whatever. I could probably just tell my doctor that this, and look, can you send it to this pharmacy? Because usually I get it from Amazon, but I need that today, kind of thing. Oh, I hear CVS and Walgreens are shutting down a ton of pharmacies too. Literally a ton. Over 2,000 pharmacy locations being shut down from Walgreens, at least. It's like, bro, how do you screw up a pharmacy? Like, how do you have a steady income of patients and you always have new patients and new orders. People always need to, it's like almost like running like a a subscription service where nobody ever unsubscribes unless they die. That was a close one. I guess hit anyway. But it's not a big deal. Gonna get through this. I believe this is Webb Woods. Just another recording session. So that's why I'm saying that. With uncertainty. Like I said before, I don't actually record these all in one shot. Usually, especially the longer games. Usually, what I do is if I'm getting frustrated or bored or whatever with a particular game or topic, I'll usually put it in just a folder on my PC, and then just, when I'm, feel able to come back to it with a proper headspace, then I'll come back and start recording again. This one was not really boredom. It was more like I just played through the first Donkey Kong Country game on GBA, and I was just wanting to work on something else. It wasn't, burnout by any point. I'm nowhere near burnt out actually, which is crazy. Made like 70 plus videos in a little over a month, I guess. That's like 2 videos a day, roughly. Some of them are long, 11 hours long, like the Mario RPG playthrough that took me about, almost right at 12 hours. That was about 3 days of playtime, honestly, recording wise. Creepy Crow. Probably my least favorite boss in the game. Basically, you're playing against a crow. Well, not playing against, but fighting the crow from the first world's ghost. And there's a lot of randomness to this boss fight, which is a bit of a pain. There's, I believe, 3 stages. And if you screw it up once, you're gonna have some problems. Like that right there. Not the best placement for that barrel. Creepy Crow. Now we go to K. Rool's Keep. Arctic something. I didn't read that, but it'll be named in the description. Because I need to do the timestamps for the original 2 as well, like that. Because I did do world names, level names, and that helped a lot with the SEO, I think. And to help people just navigate the videos if they wanted to watch it from a certain point. Only took about 10 minutes to scrub through the videos. Come on, blow up already. Honestly, this game was not bad. Nowhere near as good as the original. But the main issue is the graphics. The graphics are just ugly compared to the original, which was, you know, to this day is a very pretty game. But I get what they were going with, but DKC game for the first one that they made for the GBA was actually very pretty. The control wise, it's fine. There's nothing wrong with the controls of this game. It has perfectly fine controls, perfectly fine level design. Maybe even some fixes to some of the levels, but it's just the graphics and sound are just completely butchered. And like the thing is, the GBA, you know, I know you're probably thinking, it's like, Johnny, look, the GBA is not as powerful as the Super Nintendo, or it wasn't, you know, didn't have the same heart, whatever the answer would be to that. My answer is, but there are games on the GBA that sound perfect and are good games, you know, like nobody complains about the Pokemon games graphics, those remakes, you know, of red and blue, you know. I think they look great. I think the biggest sin really is how bad the music is in this version. Castle Crush, I hate this level. I'll just say that up front. I don't like this level. It's an auto-scroller. It's a vertical auto-scroller. A lot of waiting for enemies to come down and get in your way. Not very fun. See, the mice look really good in this game. Flubba looks pretty good. I think is what his name is. The enemies look fine. The backgrounds, they're just hideous. Because they're so washed out and made them bright because of the screen, you know. Maybe there's a patch or a ROM hack or something that's like a color correction thing for this game. That'd be fun. I'd play that. But like I said, the gameplay and everything's intact. It's just the graphics and the sound especially. When I heard Forest Interlude, that was horrible. Like one of my favorite songs in gaming, and they completely just yuck. I think that's maybe why I stopped playing that day, was because of how yuck it was. I remember this spot actually screwed me up at one point because I didn't know you could roll into these things as a kid. I remember just being like, you know, Castle Crush is the hardest level ever. You can't beat it. It's like, no way. It's an impossible level. I keep rolling into the thing where I'm not supposed to roll into that. Old sheep. I know. No one where we would have got Ramby, but that was a little cheap there. I couldn't get past that. There's no way. I didn't know this, but the zingers, which are the bees, like that one, they're not based on yellow jackets. They're actually based on the Japanese, what we would call the murder hornet, the Japanese hornet, which are like super, very hostile. Like imagine like a yellow jacket, but just as mad, but a lot bigger. So super scary because they're very grouchy bugs. Those are. It turns out the European hornet, though, the ones that we see in America, are actually incredibly docile, and actually, I believe they're also pretty independent, if I'm not mistaken, that they actually are sort of like mud daubers where they really don't want to mess with you. And, if they see you, they're more like, "Sup, bro?" They don't care that they're not trying to get you like the yellow jackets are. They're trying to get you. The European or American, those European hornets that you see here that we call murder hornets, Coyote Peterson grabbed one and put it on his skin and waited for it to sting him, and it wouldn't. It just wouldn't. It just like, and as soon as he let go of the forceps thing, after he held it there for a little bit, he just flew off and just was like, "All right, whatever, bro." Didn't even sting him. So if you see a big old yellow murder hornet, mostly in America at least, it most likely is not a murder hornet. It's a hornet, but it's not a murder hornet. It's not going to hurt you. I mean, it could, but it most likely won't. Like mud daubers, they're kind of scary looking. They're the black ones, the ones that you see buzzing around, and they're really, really pale black. And it turns out that they are actually incredibly non-threatening as well. I know for a fact that they are, I'm not a bug expert, by the way. I know for a fact that they are not aggressive to humans, and are incredibly non-aggressive to humans for a bug, The mud dauber does not want to bite you or sting you, and a lot of times I don't even know if they can. But if you see a mud dauber, which is those black ones that fly around, at least here, they're not worried about you. They're trying to find a spider to eat. They're not looking for you, and they don't have a nest to defend either. That's the biggest thing, is they're not defending a nest. They're out there hunting for food. Mud daubers literally dig up, put basically a mud hole, or like a little spot in the mud where they live. And when they go out, they're not looking for you. They're looking for food, and they live alone, and they don't have a hive. They just have a little mud hut for just them, like me. So I'm kind of like a mud dauber, but I'm a human. I'm scary, but I'm docile for the most part, and I won't bite you unless you freaking make me mad. Intentionally make me mad. Some folks just can't help themselves. I'll put it this way. I know that I played a pretty active, aggressive character before in the reaction stuff, and even before that, honestly, and that was just the character. Me, I'm very docile, and I don't really get grouchy or angry or any of that unless I'm really, you gotta really, really try, because I'm the most drama-free person on the planet 99.9% of the time. And if someone does bring me drama, I usually just kick them out of my life entirely. I'm just like, look, I'm not dealing with you. You want to brag BS in here, you'd rather take it outside, or you go outside and don't come back. And I've thrown many people out of my life because they were drama queens, and I don't play that. Too old. I'm way too old for drama. Way, way too old, especially now. Screwed that up. Didn't get enough speed. Guess he drowned himself out of anger. That Clubba just did. But that works. I'll take it. Thought there was gonna be some wind right there because it says Windy Mill. By the way, my ex, I don't like bringing her up because she wasn't exactly the greatest person, but it's really relevant to this, so I have to. She was terrified of beetles. I don't know why. Something about beetles just made her just. And the thing was, she was such a hardened, mean, cruel, manipulative woman, but for some reason, she did that. Even the idea of a beetle would just ew, 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 no, 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 no. Like she was scared of them. I'm like, look, yeah. Like, look, beetles cannot hurt you. Even the big scary ones that like flap around and stuff, you know. And nope. Another thing she was scared of because she had never seen one before was horseshoe crabs. If you don't know what a horseshoe crab is, it's basically like, you know, Kabuto from Pokemon. That's what a horseshoe crab looks like. They have the brown carapace or shell or whatever you want to call it, and they have like the spider legs under them or whatever. You know, they basically kind of look like a lobster with or like a crab. Yeah, like well, not even like a lot. It's a water bug basically, and they're really neat, and they're completely harmless. Like, they flat out have no way to hurt you at all. Like, they can't hurt you. Not even with their scary stinger that they have. It's not poisonous at all. They're completely harmless. And you can pick one up, flip it over, put your hand like on its little, you know, legs to flail around with what looks like pinchers, and they can't even pinch you. Like, legit, it's the most harmless thing on the planet. But they're scary looking. They really are scary looking if you've never been around one. But it's called a horseshoe crab, and they're very common in the Atlantic Ocean, and even more common in the Outer Banks of North Carolina. And I just remember showing her a picture when I'm like, y'all got these over there, because she was from California. Like, y'all got those over there? And she's like, you know, well, she came over here eventually, but I'm just saying, like, she was from over there. I didn't know. I was just wondering. And just making conversation one day. Oh my God. And she started freaking out. It was hilarious. And I was like, what? That thing is terrifying. That thing looks like something out of Alien or whatever she said. I'm just like, oh my God. You're all mean and tough and nothing bothers you and you're just invincible and all that, but you see a freaking horseshoe crab that can't even remotely hurt you, even if you tried to get it angry. Literally has no way to hurt you in any way, shape, or form. You're sitting here acting like it's, you know, a monster. So they are kind of scary looking though. They look like they could hurt you. Because they got that tail that looks like a stinger. Well, that stinger doesn't, you know, it's not used for stinging people, strangely enough. It's used for flipping itself over. Because it'll get flipped on its back like a turtle. And like if it gets flipped on its back, it can't flip back over without its tail. So it uses its tail to flip back over. Because otherwise it'll get eaten by a seagull. Which I think is its main predator, is seagulls and other birds of prey kind of stuff, like, you know, probably like seagulls and maybe sea eagles and all that stuff. But no, they're not poisonous at all. No venom. But they do have the only thing that they could even hurt you with is maybe those little spike things on like the edges of their shell, but it's like they're not even that, you know, they're not even that sharp either. So as long as you're not trying to grab him right on his spike, he's not going to hurt you. And they're actually very useful. Believe it or not, you probably have some of their blood in your system right now because horseshoe crabs bleed blue, which is not why you would have it in your system, but horseshoe crab blood is actually used in a lot of vaccines as a transmitting agent, I think, like it's the liquid. And they're also believed that horseshoe crab blood can be used to cure stuff like cancer eventually. And also shark DNA can possibly help cure cancer later. So, if you see a horseshoe crab, flip him over. Do not let him get eaten. They call them living fossils. They are neat though. I don't know if you had a saltwater tank, if you could even keep one. I don't know what they eat. Heard of people keeping jellyfish. I'm just like, why would you keep something like that? Those things are venomous. You put your hand in the tank trying to adjust something and he stings you. Yeah, I like to have animals that don't try to kill me if I get near them, you know, so no pit bulls, no lions, no tigers. This puppa might kill you with some kisses. It's sweet baby. I swear my carpenter was over here the other day doing some work and he had gone in there to do some to remove the freezer that it broke, the chest freezer we had that broke, and I had him help me get it out of there because I couldn't pull it out myself, and he helped me dispose of it so it wouldn't rot and, you know, tear, you know, stink the house up and mold and stuff because it was already like getting flooded with ice. So he was over here and he's seen Puppa before. Him and Puppa have seen each other more than once. And she was pinned up so she wouldn't get smushed or something, you know, in the process of doing this freezer stuff. But when he was done, I let her, you know, I opened the door for her to go in her bedroom where the freezer was. And he had to go in there to do something to the door, and I didn't know that he was going to go do anything to the door. I was like, you know, he's walking right to the door with, you know, with a passion. I'm just like, whoa, 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 whoa. She's not loose. She's loose. She's loose. Yeah, that's all right. And he got on the floor, and I swear to you, she walked right up to him, the sweetest could be, and gave him some kisses on his hand and didn't cause no trouble. It's sweet baby. He just looked at her, hey, pretty girl, and she just gave him some kisses, and that was it. Sweet baby. I love Puppa. She's such a sweet girl. She loves people. She don't love everybody, but she loves most people. As long as she knows you're not dangerous or bad, she'll love you and probably give you a kissy. Sometimes she's a little suspicious and all that. She's a little apprehensive at first. Because weenie dogs are known to be pretty suspicious. Very territorial. They're not the loaf types that will just lay there and, you know, not care if someone new comes in the house. They're just like, all right, intruder, what are you doing here? Whoops. Whoops. I gotta jump up these real fast. don't think Puppa's ever bitten anybody. I know Bubba bit one person, but that guy turned out to be a real a-hole, so I'm happy he did. Well, he didn't bite him. He just sort of nipped him on their heel or whatever. But he didn't, hang on and try to hurt him. I think the guy was messing with him and he didn't like it and just give him a little warning. But otherwise, Bubba never bit nobody else. The guy turned out to be a two-faced prick, so I'm happy Bubba did that, but Puppa never did. I don't know, maybe the vet, I don't know. They said that she has given them a hassle before. They never said if she bit or not, but as she's gotten older, she's gotten a whole lot calmer. Like, she goes up there and she grouches and she grumbles and groans and growls at them, but as soon as they get her in their arms and, get her up in their blanket they put her in, she shuts up after that. And every time I've taken her up there lately, they said that she does good, that she doesn't cause much fuss. She might grouch a little bit while they cut her nails, but she doesn't actually, try to bite him or anything. Just might grumble and growl about it and not be happy. But I've tried to get her to be sweet, but her and Bubba will get scared. That sound is horrible, by the way. The sound that this guy makes every time he jumps. Bubba would get scared up there and try to hide. And Bubba, she used to get angry, but now she gets angry and hides. So she does both, hides and gets angry. Like, Bubba, you can't really hide if you're being grumpy and growling at people. She doesn't show her teeth or not. She just, what I call grumbling, a little bit of, ooh, how dare you bring me here kind of thing. Little grouchy baby, but she does good. Otherwise, she's a very sweet girl. Something about that vet, I think it's because they stick her with needles, and I'm sure that doesn't feel too good to her, and she just doesn't like. They probably handle her kind of rough, because you know how vets are. They don't really reason with the dog. Probably they probably actually just grab them and do the thing they got to do, and she probably doesn't like that. You gotta move through this, because if you don't, you'll get hit with that. Whoops. Need to actually save at some point. I'm doing this. He's a weenie dog. Weenies get grumpy. That's what they do. They're known to be pretty aggressive. Not in a mean way. They can't hurt you. Might, bite you and it might hurt for a second, but they can't kill you unless it's like 10 of them or something. Might maul like an old lady or something if they were like wild ferals or something. You can imagine Puppa alone could really hurt anybody much. Them teeth are sharp though. I felt them here or there, mainly when I'm just messing with her and playing with her, and she won't bite me, but like she'll sort of mouth at me, and sometimes her tooth will scratch my hand, when I'm trying to mess with her, but she doesn't actually bite down or even try to bite me actually. She just, sometimes that mouth just is in the wrong spot. Oh, thank God this is over. I hate Toxic Tower. Okay, that's over. Good. Stronghold Showdown. What is this? Is this a boss fight? What? Wait, what? What is this, bro? I've never seen this. This is actually kind of terrifying, not gonna lie. Well, wonder what he was gonna do. Oh, you butthole. What now? Oh, mother flunker. This fight is really hard. Fight is really hard, and like his hitbox is outrageously big. Every time I grab that freaking ball, it. When is he going down? Like, for real? At 47 lives. How on earth am I supposed to dodge that? There it is. I think he's done now. Yeah. That was a new boss. Interesting. Flying Croc. Breach's Sprint. Can we do the trick from the last game? From the OG? I don't know. Hope so. Yuck. Just, ugh. The rendition for GBA of this song too, which you know what it is, Stickerbush Symphony. Just another yuck. Tinny, nasty, no depth. Makes no sense because other GBA games actually had decent soundtracks. It's like they didn't know, they forgot that one of the biggest parts of DKC is the soundtrack. Did they forget Aquatic Ambient? Well, Aquatic Ambience didn't actually sound bad on the GBA version. It wasn't good, but it was not like this. It sounds just like Butthole. Whoa, whoa, whoa. I thought you could touch the bottom. You could in the original. All right, give me a second to see if I can actually do this move in this one too. And unfortunately for me, can't skip it. I can get past this part. Take the hit. Just go. Bird is really, really freaking fast. Oh, I didn't want to go there. Don't know where I'm going. I didn't want to go there either. I don't care about the coins. I haven't used them in the entire game. Wait, am I going the wrong way? I can't tell which way I'm going, if I'm right or wrong. I am going the wrong way. I don't know where I'm going. This race, it is not intuitive at all. Oh, I get it. It's like a freaking it's like a maze on top of a race. Like if you hit any of the walls, you're screwed. Bet you anything that thing can go right past the bees like it's nothing. Number 2, what? All right, I'm just gonna mute my mic, do this level. You listen to the rain sound so I can just get through it and focus on what I'm doing, okay? I'll be right back. Okay. Make sure I can hear myself really quick. I didn't get into a cussing fit or anything. I just was really focused and got through it that time when I knew exactly where I was going. Well, not exactly where I was going, but close enough, you know. Now let's get to the final boss, and I'm never playing this version again, so I can always skip that race if I play through DKC2 again, because there's no reason to come back to this one aside from the video itself. This boss battle takes forever. I'm going to be save stating the whole time so I don't have to do it over and over. That was a fake ending. It's hard to judge where the ball is. Round 3. Whoops. Those red ones change your controls, I think, and reverse them. Oh. Yeah, the purple ones reverse your controls. Ah, crap. This one has had to lose one. Oh. Oof. All right, that's the end of the game. Oh, thank you so much for watching, everybody. Please enjoy this ending. Like, subscribe. If you're still awake, thank you for being here with me. I appreciate you so much. Please consider becoming a member or, you know, just watching more videos. Appreciate you. Yeah, that's the end. Just enjoy this little ending right here where the big old croc in the sky blows up and K-Rool gets eaten by a bunch of sharks, I think. Or piranhas, I can't remember which. Something eats him. Oh, yeah, there's the thing. If you wanted to do like where you get all the bonuses, you go to the Lost World levels and all that, but I ain't doing that for this. This is just an info dump from Cranky basically saying, why didn't you get all the coins? So I'll see you in the next video. Goodbye for now.